Yeah, I had a good breakfast.
This one is just.
Yeah, Sarah back counts.
Yeah, Sarah, yeah, I know her.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, but,
All right. Morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning. We'll call this first day of budget deliberations to order at 9:09 a.m. this morning. In the true spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge all those who call this land home now and for thousands of years in the past. May we respect each other and find understanding together and recognize the benefits that this land provides to all of us. As I mentioned, today is our first day of budget deliberations for the Lethbridge County 2024 operating and capital budget. With that, a big thank you to staff. Thank you to Jen and all of her team, to Cole and all the team here at the county for coming together and putting this document before council today. And without further ado, I will throw to you, Cole. Start things off for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, council. So just before we get started, we wanted to maybe just make some comments on the package that was provided. So due to some of the organizational changes, the roll-up numbers are a little bit harder to follow until we get into the breakdown details. And so we've moved some staffing from other. We'll get into some of those details, so it'll be a little bit more transparent. As was noted when we sent the package out to council, there were some departments that are billed out across other portfolios proportionally to how they support them. And so we moved some staffing, out of IT, for example, into people and culture. And so you'll see a greater increase there, but not the equal proportional decrease from a specific budget, but from multiple budgets. So it's a little bit harder to follow. So we'll go through some of those details, and some of it is masked by the transfers to reserves, which is really to offset some of our infrastructure deficits as we move forward and look more long-term. So I just wanted to provide some of that clarity as we go through. You will have questions, absolutely, and Jen has done a great job at preparing some summaries of that and some breakdowns of that information that we can get into. So what it looks like now is we have some flexibility. It's not exactly what it probably will look like at the end of these budget deliberations, but we felt it was a good starting point, and we've put some placeholders in there for those reserve contributions and transfers, and I anticipate that that'll be a significant portion of the discussion as well over the next couple of days. So thank you, and I'll turn it over to Jen, our Director of Corporate Services.
Thank you, Cole. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. So I'll just jump right into today's budget. So day one, we'll just do a quick overview, and then we'll focus on capital budget presentation. If time permits, we can get started on operating, which would be the primary focus for tomorrow. Of course, we'll have our parking lot, so I can always make notes throughout if you guys have questions on things that we can't answer or need us to look into some further details and information. And then I have a bit of a decision chart, just sort of maybe that low-hanging fruit, some areas that council may want to review or make some decisions on with regards to the budget. And then, of course, council's direction by end of day two. Hopefully we can leave here with some direction, make some adjustments to the budget wherever council sees fit, and then bring back the revised budget for council to look at. So I won't go into too much detail. You guys have seen this every year with regards to the legislative requirements around a budget, where the operating budget has to be passed each year by January 1 of that calendar year, whether it's an interim or final approved budget. And as well, we are to do it for a period of at least 3 fiscal years or financial years. And the same goes for the capital budget. However, it's over a period of at least 5 financial years. What is a budget? I like to include this too because I think it's a nice quick summary. A budget anticipates revenues and estimates expenditures. And a budget is a business tool or a plan for future activities. So, as administration, we do our best, of course, to anticipate what the revenues and estimate the expenditures based on historical, based on trends, economics, actuals. All of those play into where we land as well. When it comes to the revenues, we want to obviously anticipate, but not overestimate on those. So we try to be a little bit more conservative on that end. But always within kind of basing it off of previous years. The senior leadership team will be presenting the budget. So Cole Beck, the CAO, Jeremy Wixon, Director of Public Works, myself, Jennifer Place, Director of Corporate Services, Jared Seller, People and Culture. I will Director of People and Culture. I'll probably cover most of his budget for him since it's year one. And then Devin Teely is the Director for Municipal Development Planning. So just again, as an overview, our revenue considerations. So the review of the revenue, we look at any increases that we might be able to incorporate or opportunities for additional revenue. We review the rates, particularly utilities. That's obviously where our most, outside of taxes, where we generate the most revenue to offset the expenses within that department. And fire is another one that offsets a majority of their expenditures. Any new revenue options, and of course what the tax support impact is going to be at the end of the day. And that goes for both sides on revenue and expense. Our expense considerations are of course our fixed costs, so inflation, utilities, insurance, carbon tax, etc. We have personnel or union contracts that we have to incorporate into the budget. Operational improvements or efficiencies that we find, and with improvements from capital upgrades. So, you know, we would hope that when we do a capital project that there's an improvement in the maintenance and operational costs associated with that previous would be improved upon. Like paving a road, it would require less, you know, filling of holes or whatever. I'm budget, I'm not roads. So I'm just gonna jump into capital budget unless council has any initial questions.
I don't think so, Jen.
Okay, so I'm going to invite Jeremy Wixon up to go over the budget here. Again, when we prepared, I see I have a spelling error, pardon me. Capital investment, the purpose of capital is the investment in infrastructure, and then of course to maintain or improve upon our current service delivery of all resources and activities. There's a summary of the capital budget here, which you'll find on page 15 of your document, and this just summarizes all of our revenue sources, as well as which departments have projects and in which year over the next 5-year period.
Jen, maybe
Yeah.
before you do start, I do have one, I guess, question, point of clarity. As other municipalities, you know, throughout the province are working on budget right now, we hear a lot of numbers thrown around about percent increases, you know, what that means. Maybe just, I know you captured it in the summary here on
The executive summary?
just about the proposed increase over last year's tax support. So maybe if you could you just speak to maybe what that means as far as what we're talking about when we say tax support and that increase? That if we talk about an increase, when you scroll up here, we see the before numbers, after numbers. That's not what shows up on a ratepayer's bill. Maybe just to clarify that, what we're talking about today is around that tax support, and then how that ties into our discussion down the road around mill rate and how that relates to what actually shows up in a ratepayer's mailbox.
Sure, absolutely. So when we're speaking about the tax support increase, that's just strictly the increase over the dollars required for the year to fund operations and any other transfers to reserves, et cetera. So it's strictly based on last year's tax support being 16 million and change, and what that difference is between last year and this year. As far as how that impacts individual tax notifications, it's all dependent because there's other factors that will play into that. So one, of course, is assessment. So it's impacted by assessment. When we talk about mill rate 2, we're not including any of the requisitions like school tax, senior requisitions, those type of things. So the mill rate is adjusted based on what the municipality needs to collect. So just because we're saying we have a 7% increase over the tax support from the previous year, that doesn't necessarily mean that your personal tax notice will go up by that amount, because there's going to be new growth that will also impact the how the overall tax requirement is adjusted amongst everybody. There's different categories that will be adjusted throughout. There's the designated industrial properties or linear that the province sends to us as well, that plays into where we can collect tax dollars from. So it's kind of, I always look at it as kind of a scale of going up and down and being adjusted based on assessment, growth, and these other factors, and what we actually need to collect, and just where that lands, so whether it goes up or down.
Awesome. Thank you,
Does
Jen.
that cover it?
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. So again, this is just our summary. So we're looking at about just shy of $12 million in capital for the upcoming year. Now that does include in here what we collect for the access, market access network tax of $2.15 million, and how that gets distributed down. So a good portion of that goes into the reserve, which is then pulled back out by the infrastructure department. We just have to record it somewhere because it is a revenue source. So it shows up here in capital, and then the other portion of that funds goes towards the annual debt repayment. And just quickly, this is just another summary of the revenue. So about 11.2% of our capital funding is coming from grants, just shy of 40% from reserves, the majority of which is related to fleet purchases, and that often comes from sales of proceeds that we put back to the reserve, and the money we collect through services by other departments for their use of that vehicle as well. 11.6% of the funding is related to proceeds, and then 19.4 is the market access network funds, which are utilized. And of course, this budget based the business tax rate at $2.50 per animal unit. So we didn't change that for the upcoming budget. It's just been maintained as per the current bylaw that's in place. And any loss or non-approval of grant funding would obviously delay a project or even prevent it from taking place unless another funding source is readily available. So all of the projects that have grant funding do require approval in order for us to move forward with them. So again, got Jeremy up here, and he's going to go over ag, services, and fleet. Devin will cover infrastructure and most of finance and administration. He helps me out with that one. And then I will call Doug in, and he can review his information and technology budget. So with that, I'm just going to bring up the budget here. Oh, sorry, I thought I had it open. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Thank you, Jen. Good morning, Council. So the first portion we're going to be discussing today is the draft capital budget for ag services. Now, I do want to make one, actually I'll probably skip over this rather quickly, just in the fact that 2025 we had planned for a bunch of trail upgrades and whatnot. We have shifted that amount, and we'll be taking this.
It's in the operating budget.
It's in the operating budget for 2024. So as much as this does indicate it's 2025 budget at $150,000, we've changed that amount to $100,000 in the operating budget for ASB, and that will be funded through the municipal reserve. Is there any questions on that? Basically, this is trail upgrades, and as well as doing some some small upgrades to some of our parks and playgrounds.
It's not much happening there this year.
A portion is rather brief. Is there any questions on that portion for ASB, or is there any?
Sorry,
Yeah.
page 22.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I remember right, we are all done with playground upgrades through the hamlets?
Correct. Yep. Yes, Monarch was completed here a couple years ago. Diamond City, or sorry, Shaughnessy was completed this past year in 2023. Turin has their own playground. Iron Springs, there was sponsorship from the county for the Huntsville School playground, which went in there. Sunset Acres had a playground installed back in 2020. Diamond City was 2019. So basically across the board for the majority of our hamlets, they are all covered off as far as playgrounds. There is potential for installations in the future. Most of these playgrounds will be good for 15 to 25 years.
Good Lord.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just under park trail upgrades, you're talking about Broxburn? Is it just for the park there, or because there is no trail there?
There's the loop trail around the pond out by Broxburn. So around the Broxburn stormwater pond we have, there is like a little loop trail around that whole thing. And there's the bridge that crosses over between the fore bay and the after bay portion of that pond.
You're gonna walk.
Go, John.
I've never seen that.
I've never seen anybody actually on it, but it is there.
I have walked around it, so.
Go Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when I'm looking at the proposals here for 2024, you've got no projects planned, 2024, 26, 27, and 28. And so you're just grouping this all in the 2025 budget then, rather than sort of spreading it out over time?
Actually, all these park trail upgrades are going to be in 2024.
In
This
2024.
part needs to be corrected.
Okay.
Yeah, and we've added it as an operational project. You'll see that indicated with an increase within the operational budget for when we get into the operating budget part for ASB. So it'll be an in and out though, because it's municipal reserves funded.
So this, that
So-
was my bad. I think I misunderstood that. We
Yeah.
still needed to do this too.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Okay,
caught that
so,
one.
and I guess the other part of my question is that we're just doing this all in 1 year, and then the next 4 years, there's no budget, no planning for that. So this is kind of a rip the Band-Aid off, get the work done, and then we should be good for a few years?
Correct. Yes, we haven't identified anything else for ASB handles all the parks and playgrounds and trails that we essentially maintain and operate, and basically we have nothing else scheduled outside of that. There is potentially other things like I'm gonna say the link pathway might require some sponsorship at some point in the future, but that is to be determined essentially at this point.
Okay. Thanks, Jeremy. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Klaus.
Oops.
Yeah, just one other question on that one. So why, like, after, we're gonna have 4 years of nothing, the way it looks right now, unless there's something coming up, of course. So why have we packed them all in a short period of time, all to renew all the playgrounds, all in such a short time?
Well, this is primarily just pathways. Some of the playground stuff is just changing some minor equipment within the playgrounds. This is mostly pathway upgrades, and it was just felt if we're going through and we're doing these as a large group of projects, if we're going to do a bunch of upgrades and adding some material to each of these, just get it all done, ready to go for, because we just don't have any forecasted projects for this group. Yeah. And the municipal reserve is $1 million right now.
Just, yeah, just about.
And it's continually being funded and essentially growing. That's why we were looking for
We do
some
draw
other
a
projects.
portion out of that for the recreation as well each year, in addition to any of these projects through ASB for parks.
Awesome. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Morris.
So the talk about playgrounds, like, you know, we all probably drive by these playgrounds and it's very seldom you see anybody in the playgrounds, and hopefully, you know, you see kids in it, you know. The only place where I've seen a lot of kids is all the time is at the Huntsville School in Iron Springs. And that is probably because they're in school, so they're using it and whatever, you know, but there's a lot of other playgrounds, even though the other one in Iron Springs, you hardly ever see it being used. So, who tells us what we should have for playgrounds in the municipality?
Typically, we've done consultations with each of the associations essentially within the towns, like Shaughnessy has a community association, Diamond City has a community association, and we identify things that they've actually requested as far as like for I'll speak to the most recent one with Shaughnessy. There was requests when we met with the association to basically, you know, upgrades to the playground, some of the equipment essentially we put in there, as well as looking at pickleball courts and upgrading the sport court that was essentially currently out there. So, I mean, all of these, we do these consultations with the public on an ongoing basis.
And fair to say too, Jeremy, like as far as the upgrades go, a lot of those were necessitated just by the need and safety requirements and things like that.
Correct, yes, and most of the playgrounds had been well past their time. So this was just essentially in the cycle of getting them back and reinvigorated back to their current standings. And they are, you know, the ones by schools are obviously more well used than others. The Monarch one is very well used, but these playgrounds do get used quite frequently by people. Even the especially the pickleball courts in some cases, we've actually gotten more concerned phone calls in regards to telling people from the city to stay away, in Sunset Acres in particular, because city people are coming out and using the courts accordingly.
So, like, I'm not sure which county MD it is, but we were talking to him last year, and I can't put a finger on it right now, but they canceled all the playgrounds, and the reasons that they canceled it, it became a real liability issue. So are we having issues with that, or?
All of these playgrounds are CSA approved, and that's where now I would currently say that the vast majority of these playgrounds are not your old metal, wood. I'm not going to use any other colorful words to describe them, but they necessarily weren't up to speed. We do ongoing playground inspections on an ongoing basis. Our ASB actually does that internally. And the new playgrounds, like I said, meet all CSA requirements.
We have, to my,
The liability end of it, that's my big concern.
if I may, Mr. Chairman, we haven't had any claims come forward with regards of the county, that the county's had to look after.
Yeah. And we carry liability insurance for those purposes as well through the RMA.
Go ahead, Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe if I could just add to Councillor Zeenstra's comment. I mean, I think that there is an inherent liability with everything that we do, and I would assume that another municipality and I can only make this assumption, would have two liabilities if their parks were not upgraded and were constructed with different standards or historic standards. I think the costs to upgrade a slew of parks can become a liability. So you have a looming liability when you don't meet those standards, and then you have a financial liability when you haven't maintained that, and that's just not the position that we're in for Lethbridge County. So again, I'm not sure the municipality you're speaking to, but that would be my assumption based on that comment.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Okay. Moving on to the fleet capital budget. So as per the MGA, we have to prepare a 5-year capital equipment forecast, or a capital budget forecast in general. Capital equipment, this covers off on all of our operational departments, whether that's Public Works, ASB, utilities, and so on. Previously, this past summer, I brought forward the 2024 capital equipment purchases for early approval, so we could essentially get ahead of the game in ordering equipment so we could land it slightly earlier. This is the COVID hangover portion. Now, the delivery times are improving across the board for all equipment, but it still has 8 month lag time sometimes on some pieces of equipment. There are more specialized ones that you will see in the 25 to 28 budget that would potentially take anywhere from 12 to 18 months, like a spray patching truck is one of the ones we've had forecasted in the future. It's just a longer build out essentially on those because they're specialized pieces of equipment. So in the 2024, so this was previously approved back in the summer, we had a couple divisional graders, a couple work trucks, new snowplow and truck equipment, some trailers for our gravel crew. Those are all belly dumps. Crack sealant trailer, this will be used on all of our paved and hard surface roadways. Replacement of an ASB tractor and replacement of a roadside mower, as well as into the portion below that I've separated off, which is the vehicle replacement program. This is the enterprise fleet program, and this is the one we've been cycling units through on an annual basis. And we've got 13 trucks scheduled for that, as well as one SUV. And then we've also now entered into agreements with Evcon, where they were what was previously Evcon. I think it's Chinook equipment now. So we previously basically cycled skid steers through with them as well, and that portion is essentially indicated off in there. So I usually I estimate what that budget request is, and this is usually typically based on what we hear for pricing, and then I essentially forecast that out for future years. Some of this equipment pricing has drastically changed over the years, and 10 years ago you could buy a grader for around $300,000. Graders are obviously become one of our most expensive pieces of equipment. And the other portion we forecast in here is a replacement based off the difference between the proceeds on the sale and what we will actually need to store into the reserve. So as part of our ongoing funding of our reserve is essentially we charge each department, the fleet acts as a brokerage house and essentially charges out each department for the cost of equipment per year, which is essentially then reflected as an operating cost on an annual basis. So that is the 2024 capital equipment list.
Jeremy, I have one question, and then what do you guys? As you mentioned, we did have this before council previously to approve the 2024, correct?
Correct.
Moving forward, do you see us kind of going down a similar path as, approving future years ahead of budget, or do you see things, those constraints easing and going back into a normal budget cycle, or is that something we can expect moving forward?
I think this is something that we should probably look at as far as a move forward piece as we do this approval for this capital equipment for the coming year, essentially whichever is the future year. I mean, this does provide a good 5-year oversight, but I think it is advantageous for us to be ordering equipment essentially in July. That way we're assured of delivery times essentially early in the new year, because the target for a lot of these, especially for the divisional graders being something that we use on it, those are our money machines essentially. With those, if they're landed before we actually start our heavy spring maintenance, that's kind of the optimal timeline. And the delivery window on those is anywhere from 6 to 8 months right now, is what typical manufacturer's forecasting.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Jen?
I was just going to add, Mr. Chairman, that we don't pay for the equipment either until it's delivered. So as far as budget and cash flows go, we can usually stay on top of that.
Thank you.
Or do stay on top of that, not usually.
Yeah, I put it specifically in all of our equipment contracts that we put out there that there is no acceptance of equipment and then there is no delivery of equipment until January 2nd of the following year.
Thanks, Jen. Thanks, Jeremy. Lauren, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a question on the SUV. Can you tell me how many kilometers you put on a year? And I guess I'm questioning the value of it. It's parked here an awful lot. Everybody's cutting corners somewhere to save money, so would that be better off to, just be put back into reserves?
Currently, the number of kilometers on it, I think we're right around 15,000. Now that has gone up substantially in the last little while as we've actually used it more as a office pool vehicle. So it is getting way more use than it did in previous budget years.
So I guess if you were to pay somebody to use their own vehicle, what's the cost of that? Like, I wanna know the difference. What are you actually saving? Like,
The cost of capital on this piece of equipment, or on that SUV in particular, has been really good. I mean, as far as even going back to the other enterprise units, we actually turned a profit on the previous cycle. With these ones, I mean, you're talking about the cost of fuel. Mileage rates are 60 cents a kilometer right now. 68. So I was way off. So I mean, as far as that cost per kilometer, I mean, it is substantially out there. I think it is an advantage for the municipality to have a corporate vehicle available for staff. I mean, we put a lot of kilometers on these units. I mean, especially the trucks in particular, and like I said, the SUV is getting that many more kilometers now. That's actually being used more as a pool vehicle versus a exclusive use.
well, Ree hasn't answered my question, but,
Can we parking lot that?
yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, yeah, I mean, we can put that together for Councillor Hickey. However, the cost of operating the vehicle is significantly less than the cost of paying mileage. However, if you look at it a 1-year cycle as far as the capital cost and then what our recovery is, so you have to front the capital for it and then looking at what the recovery amount is. So let's say that I think the lowest we've been able to recover on that is $5,000 with the rough general payout of where we're trending. I mean, we have 15,000 kilometers on there now. We've probably increased that by 50 or 60% since I've started as CAO for what that mileage is. You're looking at roughly $15,000 a year in reimbursements to staff utilizing their own vehicles, which doesn't account for some of the liability components to operating your own vehicle while work hours. So we can put the numbers together, but it's not as clean as looking at a snapshot in a 1-year cycle because of the capital recovery on that vehicle. So in essence, it is cheaper for us to have and operate, but we have to front the capital on the front end. If the value of that vehicle for a capital recovery decreases because of the exchange rate to the US, I think at that time it would then make sense to look at what that utilization is versus the cost of reimbursing staff.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That sort of feeds right into my question with the enterprise fleet program. We know that it's been working very well over the last few years, but there seems to be leveling off or moderation of vehicle pricing and resale pricing. And I'm just wondering if we've had a look at that and monitoring that and where we're at in that. Do we anticipate it trending backwards where it's less economical, or do we anticipate it staying the same, or where are your budget figures coming from on that?
So for each of these, for all these units, essentially, we have an existing equipment reserve. So we purchase these out for essentially cash. So then then I get proposals from Enterprise essentially for a purchase cost on these, and that's something that I monitor on an ongoing basis. So I mean, if I don't like the pricing, or if I don't like where the pricing is trending, then we just retain the vehicle, and then we wait, essentially, to see if there is a more opportune time to essentially sell it. And I have had that before, where they have given, even on some of the previous ones, is I had offers came in on several of them, and I said, well, I'm gonna give it 3 months and I'm gonna see what it holds, and then bore out a couple extra $1,000. So it is something you're watching on an ongoing basis. But we own the vehicles, so we are in control of essentially when they get sold. If I see the market trend is essentially where we would be taking more of a capital loss. I mean, my target on each of these units is a $5,000 capital cost per year. If I start to see that trend to a very much a larger number, then that's the point of essentially which we would start to retain these vehicles for a longer period of time.
Thank you for that, but that wasn't what I was asking.
Okay.
I was asking, do we know where things are trending? Is it trending that it's relatively stable, or is it moving one way or another?
There has been a little bit of dip in the truck market as an overall for vehicles right now. If I'm speaking to just the enterprise side, that portion has been trending down slightly a little bit here, and it's something that I'm going to be watching coming up. Enterprise does send me all kinds of market trending data on an ongoing basis, and that's something that I watch and moderate essentially accordingly.
So by trending down, meaning that the values are going down is what?
Yes, we're seeing lower overall costs.
So just a question, because I know I bought a vehicle in January, and I know it's 15% more right now. So is that the same with Enterprise, or does Enterprise get so many better deals because they're, of course, buying and selling a lot more vehicles than we do with our 1 or 2 vehicles that you buy?
Because we essentially purchase for the cash price, is essentially we get a little bit, you're not seeing necessarily your lot price. It's usually typically most of these trucks are $10,000 less than essentially what it is on the lot. Well, 10,000 might be on the upper end, but anywhere from 5 to 10,000. There used to be significant government discounts for fleet vehicles, and lots of those have went away during the COVID period because there was different supply and demand issues. Where is that trending? It's something we're watching on an ongoing basis. So it's a fluid. Trucks are a bit of a fluid market right now, especially. And with recent auto worker strikes and so on, there's also, I anticipate that we haven't seen the true peak of, or I'm not sure if we've seen the peak of vehicle prices essentially at this point.
Good, cool.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things Jeremy and I have been looking at too and discussed is now that we have the capital investment and we're in the market, really for us it is more about what that capital recovery component is. So if a unit is $60,000 new and we're selling it for $55,000 or $58,000, that is essentially our cost. The other benefit that we have to running this model versus retaining for a long period of time, which we would do if that capital recovery decreased, is we're not seeing a lot of the maintenance activities that you would typically see on longer term use or utilization or higher mileage vehicles. So we're not replacing tires, we're not doing as many oil changes, we're not, so that is a kind of an operating cost factor that does funnel into the capital decision making here.
Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Have you been able to adjust on the ASB equipment side of things with our drought conditions? I understand there's less mowing going on, less spraying going on. Are we able to draw out some of those terms on our replacement for that equipment?
That's, well, I mean, we're kind of in the second, third year essentially of a drought. I mean, those are tough to predict. We have reduced some of we've reduced mowing in some areas based on the fact that we just don't need to do a second cut. Is it a consideration in downsizing this from an operational standpoint? That is something that I look at on ongoing, but I'm trying to look at more of a 10-year period versus, a 2 to 3 year period. What is, you go through a drought, I can't predict a drought. It might be wet for the next 2 years, then we need to do that much more cutting. We're trying to have a bit of a flat level of service.
Yeah, that's fair. But if the mower only got 10,000 miles on it since it was new, and you keep it one more year, even if it's a wet year, it's going to be okay. It might only have half of its use, and it's getting traded off already. Versus, you have 4 wet years on a machine. Can we draw some of these out, because 1 year older doesn't change its value much, but usage does, or tractors or sprayers or whatever.
Oh yes, completely. That's one thing. I'm always looking at the hours on units essentially, and what is our utilization. I mean, we had some divisional graders where we've had to do some engine upgrades or done some engine work on them, and we're going to keep them for a longer period of time based on those conditions. Tractors should be no different essentially. We look at the number of hours on it and how much more life we can actually get out of that, and that's the same as any of the mowers and whatnot. If we're doing less cutting, I would expect that our mowers can last that much longer, and those decks aren't necessarily getting worn out as quickly. So it's an ongoing evaluation year to year. We're always looking at which units are having symptoms per se, and then whether or not if there's a risk point essentially with that, or if there is, I mean, we do all kinds of engine oil sampling on keeping track of our equipment. It is an adjustment on an ongoing basis. That's why, as much as I forecast a capital equipment budget, it is a moving target, because I mean, some of these conditions will change from year to year. With one of the, and I'll speak to the grader again, we're dropping in an engine in another one that had 7,000 hours. We're going to be keeping that one for another 3 to 4 years based on the fact that we've got a new engine essentially in that unit right now. So it is a moving target, but we are watching. We're not just selling it off for the sake of selling it off. It is a question of we've designated it for replacement based on these parameters.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So speaking of Eric's question, and just to take it a little further, since you've implemented the level of standards for grading, how much have you actually saved on grader wear and tear and fuel and stuff?
Are you speaking to the capital equipment replacement program?
Yeah, I am, because I'm just wondering how much further you can stretch them out. Because when I look at Division 1 in particular, I think some of the roads are probably half of what they did get graded in the previous years. So you obviously are saving money and probably a lot of hours on the graders. So I'm wondering how much longer you can stretch them out.
My target for most of the divisional graders is anywhere from 7,000 to 9,000 hours, and depending on how many years old they are. We're seeing the same number of operational hours across the board. I mean, I'd have to look specifically at Division 1 to see how many hours are actually been dedicated to that. But as far as operational hours, all of our units are averaging anywhere from 1,100 to 1,300 hours per year. Some of the construction ones are ones that we use on constructions. Those will see less hours in the course of a year.
Good, Cole.
I believe we're conflating level of service with the hours of operation. So if there's specific roads that we need to change, or we need to change that level of service from a grading schedule, I think we should have that discussion as part of this, the operational component of this. But from a fleet standpoint, our total miles graded has increased over the last 3 years, or we've had a few years that have stayed level. So I would anticipate that the number of hours on the equipment as they're distributed, would be proportional to that. So I just wanted to draw some, for Councillor Hickey's question, I think if there's a concern as far as which roads are graded, that might be separate from that the graders are being used, maybe in just a different location.
So does that mean that you're taking that divisional grader into another division? Because it certainly does not appear to be doing nearly as much work as it has in the past. That's why I'm asking how much longer you could use that grader.
Well,
I'm not sure.
Lauren,
that-
but what he's saying is that certain roads are being graded more than in the past, and certain, as your point, some are being graded less. So there isn't a change in the level of hours, is what they're saying.
I don't see it that way, Dory.
Well, Lauren, driving down the road is not, I apologize.
But the number of hours is the trigger, so that if that is the trigger, we have already gotten more years out of that, to Councillor Hickey's point. If in theory that is the case, and I don't have the data to support where it is being graded, if in theory it used to be replaced on year 3, and now it's year 4 when it hits those hours are still the trigger. So when you're suggesting that we get a longer life out of it, I guess, are we suggesting that we have a different trigger is really the question then? Is that?
I'm just wondering, are you able to save buying it every 4 years, maybe go to 5 years? I'm not really seeing that here. That's what I'm asking in the question.
Currently, when I took over the fleet program back in 2019, we were cycling graders every 5 years. Now we have graders on a 7 to 8 year cycle. So that is something that I've elongated essentially what that period of time is that we're actually using a grader, because the number of hours at 5 years was only about 5,500 to 6,000. So I've already extended essentially that program. We do run, we have 8 divisional graders designated. We have 2 for construction, and we have 2 for base stabilization, plus we have a mill raiser. So in total, we have 13 machines on the go, which on a 7-year cycle essentially replaces almost 2 per year. So now, can that be stretched out that much further? That's like when we evaluate equipment, it's a question of, what is the market value for equipment, and are we better off replacing it, or are we better off extending its expected life? But there is a trigger point and as I spoke to the one grader we just did an engine on with 7,000 hours, there is a risk point where basically you start to get in that 8, 9, 10,000 hours, you're looking at some substantial costs that go into reinvesting into a piece of equipment, graders in particular.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you. Sort of on that note, but I guess in a similar vein on that, when we're looking at the equipment, and especially let's talk about graders, because it seems to be the thing that we replace the most and spend the most amount of money on an annual basis. The recovery cost of selling a used grader, have we looked at what a grader with 10, 11,000 hours is actually selling for, and the cost per hour of operations at that point versus 7,000 to 8,000? As I would suspect, in terms of the research that I've done on that last 2,000 to 3,000 hours overall tends to be the most economic operations of it, which sort of feeds into Councillor Hickey's point of, can we stretch this out and have them, keep them in the fleet a little bit longer, and overall over the course of 10 years, that would represent a pretty substantial decrease in the fleet costs.
That's an ongoing moving target. Like I said, previously, prior to me, it was 5 years. Now we're up to 7 to 8. So if that is something that I can see an advantage point, and I can see that cost point, actually, because I look at not just the initial cost of the piece of equipment, I'm looking at what its actually value is going to be when I potentially have to resell it. Some of that is somewhat unpredictable, because I've seen higher prices on graders right now than I had in previous years. Some we sold previously were going for 150. This past year we had some that went for 200. There's a lot of moving pieces on the equipment market, but it is something that we keep an eye or keep track of, because it is an advantage point. I'm looking at the best sense scenario for the economics of the municipality, as well as I'm also looking at the service portion, which is we do need to have equipment that runs 365 days a year potentially. And there is a very high risk point that the longer we stretch them out, the less reliable they essentially are.
Go ahead, Klaus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think that we've made quite a bit of progress since 2019, because I mean, like we said, we only had them for a certain amount of hours, and now we're increasing these hours over the years already, and I think that is going in the right direction of where we all want to go. And just one comment on Lauren's there. I don't think we can look at when we see a grader come down the road or not down the road, because I mean, we're not there 24 hours a day looking what they're going to be doing. So I think that's, you know, it's really hard for us to make that judgment call.
Thanks, Klaus. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Move on to 2025 then, Mr.
'Kay.
Chairman?
Pardon?
Ready to move to 2025 then?
Any other questions where we're at right now?
Well, just a comment if I may, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I remember quite a few years ago, when I just got on council, so that's been quite a few years, and come to the equipment down there, they were stretching it quite a bit, and it finally come to a head, and the reason it came to a head, the repairs and the downtime on that equipment, it was just unbelievable, and it absolutely didn't make sense. And that's when we as a council decided to stay with more up-to-date equipment and maintain it and get rid of it in time. You know, you sat down there, maybe we could stretch it out for another 2 years or whatever, and that is the luck of the draw. You might stretch it out. We've seen it in our own operations on the farm. You stretch it out, and it could cost you a lot of money. That's just a comment I want to make.
Thanks, Morris.
Okay, moving on to the 2025 equipment. So this is all forecasted, essentially replacements we have for 2025. Some of this divisional grader, there is only one scheduled for that year. That was part of our cycle plan. Because like I said, we're running 13, so this would be one of the years that we would offset and not purchase 2 graders. We have a track excavator scheduled, as well as a gravel truck. The scraper engines, I might have to get a new quote on what that is. This was a price that I've been told a year ago. Now I've heard the prices of scrapers have also gone from, in the last 3 years, from 1.3 million to 2.4. This would be essentially a 0-hour job on this piece of equipment. I'm hoping that we can actually see some favorable numbers as far as doing a double engine replacement on this.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Eric.
thank you, Mr. Chair. When our scrapers are in use, how critical is it that they have to keep going, or that something could come in? Because doing a 0-hour on them, it's a large chunk of change. Is it a idea to run them till they actually blow and then look at it, or are they too critical to consider that?
The target for these is essentially, once we get them to right around that 12,000 hours. I mean, if the machine, obviously, if the engines go, then that's our trigger to replace it. But I mean, essentially, we're targeting, it's almost like a holding spot more than anything, but this is what we're targeting, is this should be at about 12,000 hours. That is pretty much almost the end of the life for the most of these. And then we're hoping with the 0-hour maintenance that we can get another 9 to 10 essentially out of that. I mean, lots of scrapers. The iron itself is good for 20,000 hours plus. And this is probably this is our advantage point on these ones, is if you own the piece of equipment, you can 0-hour it and continue to use it, versus, like I said, the price on purchasing a new one is ridiculous right now. So,
Jeremy, can you speak to Eric's the point about the criticality of having that machine operating? Is it essential that within that window, or is that, how critical is it to have that machine at that time?
This one I would consider a holding place right now. This is what we have forecasted that this machine will be at 12,000 hours. This is one of 2 scrapers we have. If we don't have scrapers, we're not building roadways.
Thank you. With John?
Sorry, I'm gonna push you on that a little bit more because I'm not 100% sure that you actually answered Eric's question on that. So if we run these things and there's a critical breakdown when we need them, when we're using them, and there's a major component that needs to be changed out, is there a backup plan for working without it? Or is it, you know, if we're building a road and the scraper breaks down and it's going to be a 8-week repair to get it back, is that a critical component that we'd have to find some other way to work around?
The rental market for scrapers isn't great because they are such high cost items. If we were to lose one of these units at any given period of time, then that would substantially restrict what we could do from a road building standpoint, because typically we have 2 of these on a build. That would mean we would have to finish up essentially what we were working on that job and then side shift onto probably some other projects that were not as critical from a dirt moving standpoint. There's other options out there, but then we're into essentially a large cost point, essentially of either renting equipment or moving to excavators and rock trucks. I mean, there's options, but it's not necessarily to our advantage essentially to be caught midway through the season, essentially with a catastrophic failure. We would definitely have to side shift our projects.
So I guess ultimately the answer to the question is that when we need them to operate, and we need them to be in good condition, and a breakdown would be a critical problem.
That would be
Okay.
yes.
Go ahead, Mark.
So I guess my look at this is that we've obviously had this discussion over the years, and you've done the numbers and the cost of renting equipment as opposed to owning our own. It made more sense to own our own, so that would explain why we have our own scrapers. If we let these pieces of equipment go to the point where they may break down, that's just increasing our risk the longer we hang on to them. So it's better for us to maintain them and have that sort of find out where they're going to last and how long we're going to, what we can get out of them without taking us past that risk point. Because as soon as you start, you're in the middle of a project, and all of a sudden your equipment breaks down and you've got to rent, you're at the mercy of the renters, or even if you can get a piece of equipment. So I see, that's my understanding, is that that's the reason we own these pieces of equipment, because it just was cost prohibitive for us to rent or to lease or whatever. Is that correct?
Yes, that'd be correct. It costs money to do projects, and having equipment, I mean, we don't necessarily we have a good reserve for graders, because I mean, that is essentially, or we have a good fleet of graders to shift if we ever had catastrophic failures on any of our maintenance ones. Then we would have to side shift some of either our construction or our base stabilization activities. Road building is one component of services that we do throughout the course of the year. I have had it before, and I have had the experience where we had a pushcat engine exploded July. It basically changed our whole production schedule essentially for what we had for projects. So these are the intention of all the capital equipment program is to have basically a replacement cycle going on these, as well as looking at when is a good critical time to essentially take that to hedge some of our risk essentially on when these need to be done. And that is what these 0-hour maintenance ones are in particular. My hope is that we can extend them even further, but these are there for that purpose.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on the scraper engines, and I think I just clued in on this now, that 0-hour maintenance, that's just the engines, and that's for both of them?
Yes.
Okay, so it's 125,000 budget per engine, or sorry, 225 per engine then.
275.
275 per engine.
Yeah.
Okay, and that is just the engines, that's not any other major component, transmissions, drive?
That is pretty much just the engines. There might be some costs in there built in for transmissions. I'd have to take a look at what our quote essentially was. Typically they do the transmissions, usually with this and accordingly.
Thank you.
Okay. And then there's some other trailers scheduled for upcoming for 2025 as well. Emergency services vehicle that is
There,
for,
so I need to fix that.
that is the replacement of the CPO's unit. We have that on a 5-year cycle, essentially for him. Then we also have some other 1/2 tons and 1 tons in there, roadside mower, and a replacement for a quad Parks ATV. And then back into the vehicle replacement programs, the Enterprise and the skid steer replacements. Any questions on 2025? And the scraper replacement, that is, like I said, that is a holding spot. If we can extend it and the engines are looking pretty good and we're not having any concerns, I would obviously like to push that to a future year. And this is usually something we schedule for as soon as we're out of our construction season. We look at end of October is essentially what I've lined up in the past, where we basically shuffle these into the equipment dealers, and they do the job. Usually takes about 4 months from beginning to end. 2026. Now this is when we're back into 2 more divisional graders are scheduled, as well as we have a dozer engine scheduled for that as well. We have an existing D7 push cat that we use. There's a pad foot trailer that's for the public works for construction. That's a trailer unit that basically goes onto the back of a tractor. Replacement of more 1/2 tons and 1 tons, more trailers essentially for our gravel crew, as well as a replacement of a roadside mower and a sidearm for the ASB. And then the regular vehicle replacement program for the Enterprise and skid steers. The Enterprise truck program and the skid steers.
Go ahead, Colossus, sorry.
And just a question on the tandem and on the triaxle, because you have the triaxles there. Would you, is it not possible to have the triaxles for most of your trucks that way? Or do you have spots that you cannot use them, that they won't function?
We try to move to Super B configurations on some of our gravel trucks. Some of the ones that we do have, though, are like we're running tandems essentially with a belly dump trailer on the end. So most of those, like I said, we are moving to triaxle as much as possible, just to maximize how much we can carry per load to our different location sites.
Thanks.
Yeah.
On that note, if I understand right, you can't run a triaxle pulling a Super B, so you gotta keep them to tandem pulls, is that correct? I believe that you're over your
I think so.
axle allotment.
Yeah,
so you
you're
have
over
to
your
run
axle
those
allotment.
trucks.
Yeah.
Other question, and this is maybe more for Jen, on the ASB, how come it is in capital equipment versus in ASB's own capital replacement plan?
Councilor Van Nessen through the chair. So generally, all of the capital replacement costs are captured through the services to other departments. So it all flows into the fleet reserve. So through the use of that equipment, there's a rate that's captured, and it goes to the fleet reserve. So they do all of the replacement for all fleet for the county.
So this contains ASB, utilities, CPOs, finance and admin. This is all of the capital equipment per se, is all housed in one spot.
The only portion that wouldn't come out of the fleet reserve, for example, is in the emergency services vehicles, both CPO and fire, is the specialized equipment that they require. That comes out of their own reserves, so for lights and maybe some of the customization within the cab.
Go ahead, John.
So my understanding of that is then when we get into the individual budgets for those divisions, that then we will see something that says, not taxpayer supported, because it's the taxpayer or tax funded is the fleet, and then the fleet bills to the other departments, right?
Correct. It's services from other departments.
Right.
So, fleet shows 0 tax support, but it flows through to the other departments and funds fleet and IT.
Because the fleet is tax supported, or is it, or do I have
It
it
is,
backwards?
it shows 0 tax support because the tax support is in the department that it's applicable to.
I have it backwards.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, 2027, we've got replacement of a construction grader. This is a higher priced unit. This might require a bit of an adjustment as well. The I recently spoke to the MD at Tabor, and they said the cost point on theirs was just over $1 million. So this could very much change as a forecast number into the future. Potentially, the previous one I bought was a used unit, and that's something that I would look at again in the future as well. Then we have the replacement of a backhoe, replacement of another construction tractor. That is one of the units that would be on our construction crew. Replacement of a highway tractor, pulling trailers, and Super B configuration type on that. Replacement of more trucks, and as well as a disc trailer for the public works construction, survey equipment. This is basically the survey equipment set on a 5-year cycle, where typically the technology, just like IT, is basically outdated after 5 years. Then we have another tractor scheduled for ASB, as well as sidearm mowers, roadside mowers, and a grass drill. And then we have a forecast replacement of a spray patching truck that we are currently operating. And then more trucks and skid steers.
Yeah, one quick question and more comment. I think we've covered it in the past. That ASB grain drill, that's is that the grass seeder that people rent?
I believe so. I'd have to clarify the brilliant
And
drill.
that still goes out quite frequently, if I heard right.
It gets, this year wasn't necessarily the best year because of the dry conditions, but it has been quite frequently used.
Okay, because
Yeah.
I've sure contemplated, like, why are we providing that? But at that time, it sounded like it goes out regularly enough to keep it for, our ratepayers.
Yeah. No, just like that, I mean, it's a service that we provide. I mean, if that's something that we move away from, I mean, that's something that can be set in the ASB level of service as well.
Oh, sorry, Klaus, go ahead.
But with the grass drill, thank you, Mr. Chairman, the county uses it for their own use too, is that correct?
We do.
Or is that-
Most of the stuff we do is our hydro seed.
Yeah, so it just makes sense that, if you get some extra money out of that thing to have it to the ratepayers, that they can kind of use it for, well, it's just a small fee, basically, what.
It is a very small fee. I mean, there are other equipment dealers that essentially rent grass drills as well, though. So, I mean, we could move away from that. It is a bit of a, I guess, a competition piece, or it could be construed as that.
Well, I do think that people really appreciate it, that the county has one of those things, because it's probably harder to rent one of those than you know that the county has one, and that you can rent it off the county, and I think that's a good thing.
Okay. And then 2028, we are looking well into the future on this. I'm hoping divisional graders are stabilized and we actually see a good price point on these. But this is well into the future. These numbers, like I said, will probably need some tweaking as we go along. I've done some, every year I seem to be making an increase to this. As well as we've got another snowplow, truck and plow equipment scheduled for this year. Replacement of more scraper engines. This is because we have the 2 scraper units. Construction 3-ton, a couple more 3/4 ton and 1 tons, a smaller tractor, and then sidearm mowers, roadside mower, a park mower. This is just a smaller unit that we use in our parks, as well as a wood chipper that we use for a bunch of our brush clearing that we do throughout the year, and then a small equipment trailer replacement.
Sorry, go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What's the intended purpose of the smaller tractor, and what is the bigger ones that have been on every other year? What is their intended use?
I'd have to get into the specifics of that with my ASB supervisor, but we use one of these smaller tractors for, sorry, I can't speak to that one. Yeah, I'll look into that.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
And it's just curiosity, but if we found we could downsize, then let's look at that.
I ask the question every year about what horsepower do we actually need in the tractors, because they keep on making them bigger and bigger, and I'm like, no, we don't need that big. We're just cutting grass
Yeah.
with these ones.
And that's it. I don't need to rock the boat.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, did you want to take a quick
Yeah.
break before infrastructure?
Yeah, why don't we let's take 10 minutes, have a short break. Does that work?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll come back to order at 10:23 this morning. We can move in our package to page 30, the capital budget infrastructure services. With that, I'll throw to you, Devin. Morning, Devin.
Good morning. I believe Cole is just going to provide a brief update before we get into my infrastructure budget.
Yeah, thank you. I just, I was able to pull some numbers, and some were based on a few assumptions, but I wanted to answer Councillor Hickey's earlier question regarding the fleet. So right now, based on the current mileage utilization, we're roughly 28.9% cheaper to operate the SUV based on capital replacement costs today, if that changes, versus reimbursing for mileage to staff. The way we're trending, it's roughly 48% cheaper if we maintain where we've been over the last 6 months for the mileage utilization, utilizing the SUV versus reimbursement. And that doesn't account for some of the other insurance WCB impacts to having more people operating their own vehicles. But just wanted to answer the question from earlier.
Thank you.
All right. So we'll start on page 31, just gives a summary of the next 5 years infrastructure capital budgets plan. So under revenues on R1, we're looking at about 1.33 million in grants, transfers from reserves, 2.19 million, and then another 2.31 million from the market access network funds. And in 2024, we're proposing to spend 1.51 million on road projects, 3.52 million on infrastructure projects, and 800,000 on bridge file. And can you go to the next page, please?
This is just the funds coming in. Kind of this next sheet just kind of explains the market access network funds coming in, the debt repayment, and then the transfer to reserves that we show on the previous page is funding projects. And here's the details.
All right, thank you. So the first one, I'll steal the mouse from you so
Yep.
I can I'll pull the map up as well. This is on page 33, if you don't have it pulled up. So the first project is Shaughnessy infrastructure upgrades. And what we are proposing to do is replace on Logan Street, this block right here between 3rd and 2nd, the sewer line, sidewalk, and roadway. That portion of sewer line currently has a sag in it, and it creates issues. Sediment deposits get in there, and it has to be cleaned out regularly. So we are proposing to replace the sewer line on there, and like I said, the sidewalks and the road as well. But the larger portion of this project is actually lagoons just to the north of the hamlet. So you can kind of see there's 4 cells here. These are your 2 cells where wastewater first enters into, then goes into this cell, and then finally into this cell for eventual release into the natural drain. There's transfer structures that take the wastewater in between all of those cells and associated piping. So the transfer structures and the piping all need to be replaced. They are in very poor condition, and we do need to replace those, and we need to reconfigure kind of how the lagoons operate. Apparently, there is a direct line from, I believe, one of these 2 cells into the storage cell. So that needs to be eliminated because the flow needs to come from these 2 smaller cells into this medium-sized cell and then into this larger cell for proper retention time and water quality standards that Alberta Environment makes us adhere to. As well, when we did a site visit earlier this year, we found that there is actually some significant erosion along the banks of the lagoons, primarily because you can kind of see there is a natural drain that enters from the north, comes along the east side of the lagoon through the Piami Coulee and eventually outlets to the southeast. So this project, like I said, is mainly for the lagoon work, and we are looking at 1.92 million. You will see on the December 7th agenda a request for a resolution from council for an AMWWP grant that could fund 75% of the lagoon works for this project. So you'll see currently we have the utility reserve and the Canada Community Building Fund identified, but we are going to apply for that AMWWP funding, and if we're successful, we'll get 75% coverage on the lagoon work. Is there any questions on that project?
I'm just going to add, Mr. Chairman, that the Alberta Municipal Water and Wastewater Program grant is not something we've typically applied for, but because it's due to being a residential area, we're eligible. So other storm or wastewater drainage, if it's industrial, for example, or commercial base, it's not eligible under that grant. So that's why we're taking advantage of it and going to make that application.
And you'll see some future projects with that grant funding identified as well.
Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm guessing we're able to stack the grants then, once, if it does come through?
If we do get 75% funding, yes, we can apply 25% elsewhere against that.
The CCBF?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, if there's no further questions on that one, I will move.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Claus.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Devin, how long does it go that we have done anything like cleaning out the lagoons and everything that are in Shaughnessy?
Thank you for bringing up that point, Councillor Vanderveen, because this project does include desludging of the lagoons, so thanks for reminding me about that. Jeremy, do you happen to recall, did Bill happen to mention when those lagoons were cleaned out last?
They never have.
Okay, thank you.
Oh.
I know the one cell, I think, had 79% full of deposits, and it was quite full.
I think I brought forward that when we talked about the desludging portion.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was very significant.
Yeah, so,
We had no record of any desludging.
so the desludging is also eligible under the grant, so those costs will be applied to the grant as well if we get it.
Okay, thank you. At the RMA, we had this one person was there promoting his product and everything that he had with getting clear water out of this whole thing there. Have you followed up on that one or not?
Not that one in particular. Bill is more the expert on that than I am, so I work with Bill, and he's looked at several options, and for this particular scenario we're in with the lagoon, rehabbing the lagoon is our best option. The next one up in the capital is going to have, we're gonna explore a few options for that one, but this one we felt what we're proposing is the right thing to do for this lagoon, yeah.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given the size of Shaughnessy right at this point in time, what is the life expectancy of the lagoon once the repairs are done, or once it's been desludged before it has to be desludged again?
So the desludging portion, I would say probably 30 to 50 years, just off the top of my head, for that portion to frequency for desludging. Jeremy, I'm not sure if Bill has indicated otherwise, but probably that 30 to 50 year mark, somewhere in there.
Perfect, thanks.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Devin.
Okay, I'll go to the next project, which is the Broxburn wastewater septic field replacement. Everybody knows where Broxburn is, but I'll zoom into it anyway, because I'm not sure if everybody knows where our septic field is. So if you can see where my cursor is, this is our septic mound in the Broxburn Business Park. And we've been dealing with this wastewater system for quite a few years. I know even predating Jeremy, we had some issues out there. We thought they were resolved because basically the mound got completely saturated with groundwater. We thought we solved the problem by sealing one of the manholes up, but we're still having issues, and Bill has looked into it quite extensively, and with his past experience and knowledge, he's got a good handle on wastewater systems, and he basically found that it wasn't installed as per design, and it's not functioning properly. The mound is completely saturated with wastewater. Operations had to spend quite a bit of money getting Badger out there and vacuuming out the tanks because it was actually coming up, it was permeating through the ground and causing some issues. So we are looking at $1.6 million to design and install a different system. We don't know what that system looks like yet. We are going to be looking at multiple options. We have already. There's modular options out there that exist. We could take a small kind of package wastewater treatment plant, pretty small footprint, put it in there, and if there was expansion of the business park in the area, or we wanted to hook on some residents in the area, there is an opportunity to expand that wastewater system to have a lot more treatment capacity. There are challenges with it, however, because there's an effluent that comes out of that wastewater, and we're seeing if we can pump that back into the raw water pond. So yeah, like I said, we don't have an exact design or solution yet, but we are looking over the next couple years to basically determine that. Next year, we'll get a good handle on what we can actually do out there, maybe even start some construction, but next year we're kind of planning to do that design phase, get that solidified, and then in the following year install that, because we do have the end of 2025 as our deadline from Alberta Environment to rectify the situation.
Quidlor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when you reconstruct on the same site, or like what do the people do who are out there when you take the system down? Like, how do they function then?
Yeah, there's gonna have to be an interim measure in place somehow to handle the wastewater, you're right, during construction, whether it just goes into the one of the initial tanks and we just pump it out while we're constructing. That'll be further detailed when we select a system and we select a contractor and we try and determine how that care of wastewater is going to be handled. But something interim, you're right, will need to be put in place while we're constructing.
Devin, has there been an impact to the businesses in the business park to this point?
So far, we haven't applied any restrictions to usage of water or anything like that. Operations has kept up on pumping out the tanks and keeping it functioning for now. But hydrovac bills are very costly, and we don't want to keep having to pump the tanks out. So we want to get something more permanent in place, because I believe we're still pumping the tanks out. Next year, we're going to have to keep pumping those tanks out until we get a permanent solution.
Eric, did you?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. How close is the closest city sewer to this? Even if it's a far greater expense, it's something that I find appealing.
So I will say the closest sewer is on 43rd Street. However, the city will not allow a tie-in. We tried for another development closer than this to the city, and they flat out refused to provide wastewater service because they're at capacity.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Cole.
Oh, no, I was
Okay,
just
sorry.
gonna echo what Devin said. They're at 99% capacity and actually over capacity a lot of the time. So without an upgrade, I think any wastewater discussions are off the table.
Second part then, what's the availability of having a local improvement tax on this based on its servicing a distinct group of companies, and it's a system that I guess you might say inherited.
This project, I'm almost 100% positive we could apply a local improvement to it, whatever percentage council deems appropriate.
I've got Claus and then John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Where do you go with the waste in the time that the construction is going on?
So they'll have to have some sort of interim measures in place, like I was kind of addressing Councillor Hickey, so they might have to pump the initial tanks out during construction, or have some sort of tank sitting on site that the smaller tanks automatically pump into, and they can take this larger tank away. We'll have to work with, depending on what design we choose and contractor, that care of wastewater will have to be handled in some manner, yes.
Would it be possible to go to Farmer's Field or anything?
I don't know if you can do that with, because it's from human consumption. AEP looks at that quite a bit different, yeah.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So at a project budget of 1.6, this is obviously, I'm reading this as a rather loose estimation of it because we don't have any designs at this point. And so is there a significant enough contingency built in there that you don't anticipate wild variance when we actually get the final design plans and put in place?
Yes, thank you for that question. So the budget was loosely based on some options that we have already looked at with a contingency built in. There's probably, I think there's a couple $100,000 in contingencies in there based on the most expensive option we found, just in case there's unknowns that we find, or we have to go with some other system because there is some something unforeseeable that occurred. So yes, there is about a couple $100,000 contingency on top of the highest estimate that we received.
And sorry, this might be a clerical thing, but I'm just, in terms of the funding source, LFGG, is that supposed to be LGFF?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Both missed that.
All right. I'll move to the next project, which is the Westview Road rehabilitation. So I had this in previous capital budgets as well. The project essentially starts at right where my cursor is at Highway 3 and extends along the Westview Road, or Township Road 100A, and this project will terminate just west of the school. So initially I had this one in for full rebuild base pave. However, the full depth reclamation that we did on the Iron Springs Road seems to be holding up quite well. They have improved their practices. They graded that road with a dozer, and now they have a grader to get a smoother surface. And we feel like that treatment would probably be a good candidate for this section of roadway. It is less expensive. So what they would essentially do is come in with a big rototiller. They apply cement powder in front of this rototiller. They rototiller about a foot of material. They inject asphalt oil, and they inject a little bit of water. Goes into a paver. This paver lays it out, gets you your nice crown, your smooth surface, and then they compact it. After that, they come in and they do a double chip seal coat on it, paint your lines, and it looks like a brand new paved roadway. This is significantly cheaper than a full base paved conventional project. We're looking at about 1.51 million for this. This road does see a significant amount of traffic. The 3-year average is 836, and on those 3 years, it was about a 42% increase from 2020 to 2023, so we are seeing more traffic on that roadway. So we felt this is a good candidate for this type of rehabilitation. And yeah, this road definitely does see heavy operational maintenance. There's, I think, more crack seal on this road than asphalt at this point, so it's definitely due for some rehabilitation. And with this, I will say I am applying for local municipal initiative grant. That's the grant we got for the Park Lake Road. I'm just finalizing the report right now, and we're going to submit it to Alberta Transportation this week in the hopes that we can get 75% funding on this project because it does access a school.
Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once you've applied, is there, and you can't change your scope or such, but if there's 75% funding available, it seems prudent to maximize our amount of spend.
Mm-hmm. And it's not a guaranteed, it's a competitive grant, and it's usually a pretty small, like I think last year they had $3 million total, so it's pretty small, but we got it once for the Park Lake Road, and I'm hoping since this accesses the school, we'll be successful again. If we're not, we do have obviously the bridges and paved road reserve as a backup to fund it.
Okay.
Go ahead, John.
And Councillor Van Essen, are you thinking along the lines of maybe extending the project farther and applying for the same grant?
Yeah, along those lines.
Yeah.
You know, if it's but being that it's a $3 million cap, I think it's prudent, and asking for half is already a fairly big ask.
Yeah, I got it in here. 3-year average is 836. Yeah.
Go ahead, Devin.
Okay, so I'll go to the next one, which is a local bridge replacement, 79601, and there's nothing really unique about any of these bridge projects. They are simply just replacements due to them being at the end of their life cycle. So I'll pull this one up. Oh, that's the wrong layer. Sorry, just one moment. There we go. 79601. I'll just zoom out a little bit so you can get some context of where it's located in the county. So this is 8 Mile Lake right here. Coaldale is right down here. So 79601 is located on Range Road 23-8. Again, it's reached the end of its life cycle, and STIP funding will be applied for on this project.
Go ahead, Klaus.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this one here is complete bridge replacement.
Correct.
Is it possible to have culverts in there, or is this too big?
The intent is to put culverts in, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, John.
In terms of these bridges, and these are over irrigation canals, Is there any long-term forecast with the irrigation district and turning these into pipelines?
So we do coordinate with the irrigation districts. We share our capital plans with them, and then they let us know, hey, just so you know, this canal is going to be going into pipeline in the next 5 years, or whatever the case may be. And then we know, okay, we're gonna stretch this one out as long as we can, not replace it because it'll be a pipeline anyway. So we do have those conversations, you bet.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, the next one is 70758. And this one, it's a little bit unique in nature, just so some background information. We had this in the budget last year as well. There's actually two culverts here. There's a main culvert and then a smaller culvert beside it. And actually, Councillor Van Essen showed me some photos of this location backing up with water because the main culvert was full of, I guess, ice, if I remember that correctly. And the secondary culvert was actually acting as a relief. So what we thought may be prudent, because the smaller culvert is bringing down the rating of that bridge file significantly. So we thought if we can apply for STIP funding and get one large diameter pipe in there that can handle the ice flows and handle all the water coming down, we'll do it. If we don't get STIP funding, we're gonna drag this one out as long as we can until we get STIP funding. So it's essentially taking, I think it was about a 1.2, maybe 1.5 meter pipe and then a smaller 500 or so beside it. We'd put in just 1, maybe 2 meter pipe to handle those flows during the spring melt. Like I say, contingent on getting STIP funding, because the main culvert is actually in pretty decent condition. It's the smaller one that's bringing the rating down to, it's like a 2 point something, so.
It'd be no-brainer.
Okay, so that's it for 2024. I'll move on to 25. Turn the bridges off. So the next one is Group Country Residential Microsurfacing. And we propose to do this in the Mountain Meadows, St. Marie Estates, and Park Lake Estate subdivisions. So Mountain Meadows, I don't need to tell you where Mountain Meadows is because we did that slough project. St. Marie Estates is just kind of in this area, adjacent to Section 26, and then Park Lake Estates is just west of Park Lake. And kind of what microsurfacing is, you might have seen it in the past. It's a very small aggregate and asphalt oil that basically, if you've got some cracking in your road or some rutting, this kind of fills in all the cracks, fills in all the ruts, and gives you a nice sealed surface that kind of looks like brand new asphalt. But the intent is to really seal up the existing asphalt. And what I'm seeing on these lower volume roads, the structurally they're holding up well, but the asphalt's just old and it needs a good sealing, and this will provide that sealing, and it'll also provide a better smoothness as well. So those three subdivisions, we're looking at $750,000 to do that treatment. There may be the odd, I know in the St. Marie Estate subdivision, I think there's one little pocket, we might have to do some deep strength repair on it, but other than that, it seems like those roads are holding up well enough to do this type of treatment.
Good class. What kind of treatment was there before of Park Lake Estates? Because it's not that old yet.
I think it was just a hot mix type of asphalt put in there, your conventional base
Yeah,
pave.
because how old would Park Lake Estate be, 20 years?
Oh, good question. I'm not too sure on the age of that subdivision.
Is that the subdivision number?
9512, that could possibly be.
It had to be 1995.
There you go, 95. Thank you.
Quitter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I got more of a general question on these, and on subdivisions, especially all the little group country residentials. What is our responsibility, liability to provide hard surface, road surface within them, and how do we get the bill for doing this if we didn't build it? Can you just bring us up to how we normally adopt them?
So we usually see it through the subdivision process. When someone comes in for a subdivision, previously there was a rule, I'll call it, that anything over 4 lots, you would have to have a paved road, no matter where it accesses from. We realize that's not really the best way to go about it, because now we've got a paved road here that it's adjacent to a gravel road. So we've changed how we've done those practices in the past. We don't require a paved road just because you're over 4 lots. If it's off a gravel road and it makes sense to be gravel, it's gravel. Regarding future upkeep and liability of these roads, it's really, up to council if you want to revert to a different surface type, a gravel surface treatment type, or maintain that asphalt. I found this is probably our most economical means of maintaining that asphalt, maintaining that level of service. But that is exactly a level of service question, and if council would like that to be a gravel road, then that's definitely up to council. But I'm trying to maintain any of those asphalt roads that we do have, and like I said, I felt this was probably the most economical means of preserving these roads.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when you speak of asphalt, do you mean all kinds like cold mix and hot mix, or, because some of the San Maria Estates is, as we call it, cheaper pavement?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so those sections, we may have to treat a little bit differently. I'd have to talk with the contractor and when we get someone on board, just to see how we treat those areas. Like I said, we might have to do a bit of a soft spot repair of that, build that back up, do a little 2-3 inch coat of hot mix asphalt, and then micro seal the whole thing just for consistency.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Devin.
Okay, I'll go to the next one. So we're back in Shaughnessy. And this next project is a lot of sewer lining. So we're looking at about 875 meters of sewer lining in the hamlet of Shaughnessy. So that includes 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th Street. And the locations are chosen based off condition assessments that we had completed through CCTV camera scanning. And those are the ones that came up in need of either replacement or lining. Now, replacement is a lot more expensive, it's a lot more invasive, and since we have PVC pipe in the whole hamlet, that was a bit of an unknown before, but the last project indicated that we've got PVC through the whole hamlet, which is great. It's not asbestos cement. So that PVC pipe has a lot of life left in it, and I don't want to dig up the road just to replace the sewer line. So we can do this sewer lining. From what I'm hearing, this sewer lining can last just as long as PVC pipe. It can last at 75 years. So it's a great way to extend our clay pipe within the hamlet. And once we get the underground infrastructure taken care of, then we can focus on the above ground, which is our streets, our sidewalks, and our drainage. So I'm looking at $420,000 for this project, and we are going to apply for that AMWWP grant, which could offset 75% of those costs. Otherwise, I have it proposed to be funded out of the utility reserve.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How much is left after doing 875 meters in Shaughnessy that's not done?
So let me just go ahead here, because I've got another, there's another 605 left after that. There's a lot of sewer pipe in Shaughnessy.
Quick loss, sorry.
Yeah. Tough time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Devin, you were basically talking First Street, because that one wasn't done yet, and that one was scheduled for 2024.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. So I got some phone calls on that one already, when they all thought it was gonna be done this year already, and I said, as far as I knew, it was gonna be 24, so. And they were okay with that, I guess. And so you're gonna have a lot of the other streets were done before already.
Mm-hmm.
So this, I think, is the last phase for the road part of it, for Shaughnessy, like the upgrades that were made. So with those pipes that you're talking about, do you have to dig up some new roads that you've done before?
No, so essentially what they do is go from manhole to manhole, and they put this sleeve down the pipe, heat it up, and then there's a resin in there that solidifies, and then they go with this little machine and cut out all the service leads. So it's completely non-invasive. They don't have to dig up any roads to do the lining, yeah. Okay, so I'll go to the next one. So I don't need to scroll the map anywhere because it's pretty general in nature, but this is for land procurement. So it basically is for the procurement of a parcel of land somewhere in that Highway 3 corridor for a future operational and potential industrial use. So maybe with this one, I'll just throw it to Cole to expand further.
Thanks, Devin. Yeah, we probably should have updated this. We put this in there originally as a placeholder, and then we have changed. We put $2 million just based on what we think we're behind on reserve contributions. We have not suggested that we make that contribution in one single year. So we had this in here, but it's not reflective of what those reserve transfers are. We did have one reserve that was more general, that could have been used or applied to land acquisitions or water license or other things that is significantly depleted. So we have recommended splitting some of those for utilization. And then just based on some discussions and some historical situations where we've had some significant developments that are still coming to the region but have not come to Lethbridge County because we've lacked maybe the ability to support the timeline needed for development or access to some of those key parcels. So this was just more of a placeholder that we need to start building up that reserve so we have that flexibility when those inquiries come in, and then we can make some more of those decisions at that time.
Is this one I should put on the parking lot as a discussion?
We will, we will go through it when we go through those reserve transfer amounts as well, so.
Devin?
All right, so yeah, we'll talk about that one a little bit later. So the last one in 2025 is Bridge File 79834, and this one is located along the Kip Road. It's pretty small. It'll be a single span culvert that will replace with a like structure, and we've got a proposed budget of $400,000 out of the Bridges and Paved Roads Reserve for that one. Unfortunately, is just short of where LNID is pipelining. I believe their pipe is going to stop like right here. So, so we have to maintain a culvert. But luckily, it's just a culvert. So,
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on bridge replacements, just a question, I've noticed on the main canal, all the pillars the paint has come off them and they're really starting to rust through now.
Okay.
Down to the concrete. Who's responsible to fix that? Is that the SMRD or is that us because it's part of the bridge, or how does that work?
if we own the bridge, it's our responsibility. So we would have to, if there's paint coming off, we would have to reapply that, deal with any pockets where the concrete may have failed and there's some rebar exposed and rusting, things like that. Yeah, that's our responsibility. And there's a line item in operations budget for bridge file maintenance.
Well, you can really see it now that the water's gone out of the canal.
Yeah, you bet.
Sorry. Go ahead, Devin.
Okay. So that's it for 25. We'll move to 2026. And the first one here is the McNally Road rehabilitation. So this is kind of the southerly part from the school down to Highway 508. So basically from Township Road 82 down to 508. And this one, I'm also proposing to do that full depth reclamation similar to the Westview Road that I just talked about and the South Iron Springs Road. That existing road is in fair to poor condition and does require continual maintenance. We are also going to include some drainage enhancements with this project. That's going to be more than just a surface treatment because we know there are some drainage issues in that area. So we are going to do that surface rehabilitation to this 2-mile section of road. We're looking at a project value of about $2.11 million and about evenly split between CCBF and LGFF.
Thank you again. So what happens to the northerly portion from 82 north to the Highway 4?
Thank you. So that project, it was actually supposed to be completed this year, but we ran into some utility issues, and I ran into this in the Rave Industrial Park as well. Fortis and ATCO are really, I don't want to say slow, but they're really behind on their utility relocations. So we felt it best on the northerly portion from 82 up to Oak Avenue to wait until those utility locates are completed before we go and tear up the road and risk having you know, a gravelled road throughout the winter and we can't complete it. So we're gonna complete that one first thing next spring. We'll put the tender out, get that portion completed. Okay, so if there's no other questions on that one, we'll go to the next project. And this is Range Road 23-4, or the Old Highway 23 rehabilitation. So again, with this full depth reclamation, we are proposing to do Range Road 23-4 from Highway 519 down to Township Road, where am I, 10-4, I believe, yeah. And again, that's that cement stabilization, kind of where they rode it till the top foot, incorporate their cement, oil, and water, and then paver lay it out and do a double chip seal in behind. With that, we will be able to lift the permanent road ban and only apply a seasonal road ban. I don't have it in, oh no, I do have it in front of me, sorry. So that section of road is seeing increased traffic year to year, and just the truck traffic in 2022 was 102 per day. So what I'm seeing with the truck, or the counts that I'm getting in year over year, is the northerly section of that road is seeing an increased heavy truck traffic utilization. So by doing this surface treatment type, we can eliminate that permanent ban and put on a seasonal ban.
Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is that that is what you did on that road this fall as a trial, that reclamation?
No, so that was a cold in place. So basically what they did is they milled up the top 4 inches of the existing asphalt, injected oil, injected water, kind of did a foamed asphalt and relayed it out. They only went down about this much. I'm gonna go down that much and inject that cement powder, and that's where you really get that strength to lift that ban, yeah.
Oh, okay, so we're not doing a test run on full depth reclamation in any of these areas?
So our test run was on the Iron Springs Road when we did that back in, was it 20, Jeremy?
2020. Yep.
2020. We did the south portion of the Iron Springs Road. We did that full depth reclamation. It is holding up very well. Like I kind of alluded to before, they tried to lay it out with a dozer. So it is a little bit rough, but it keeps people at 80K instead of 120. This one, they now have a grader. Well, they'll be able to really get that crown established, and that material is going into a paver and paver laid. So we have tested on the Iron Springs Road, and since then they've improved their methodology.
Thank you.
Good, Klaus.
Just comment on the Iron Springs Road. I had quite a few comments on that. Like, can't they get that a little more level when they do that kind of work? Well, I said, that's just done that you guys keep your speed limit, and you can't do anything, because, I mean, that makes a lot of difference. You can't go 120 on that road right now, and which is a real good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Morris.
I've been approached through a couple times about that road, and they say it's pretty rough. Can you guys do anything about it? Oh yeah, we can. We'll turn it back into gravel. It won't last anymore.
Okay, and with that, I'll go to the final project for 26, which is bridge file 77523. And again, just another standard replacement. County bridges, there we go. Zoom out so you can get a bit of a perspective of where it's located. But like I say, just another standard bridge replacement. Here's picture view right here, so yeah, 77523 right there. Another standard bridge replacement, most likely with a single or a twin culvert on that one. Again, we will apply for STIP. And I can actually see by the price, it's a single culvert, $350,000, so. Okay, that's it for 26. Now we'll move into 27. So the first project for 27 is Township Road 92. You may have heard it called the Walmart Express. So basically this is a 1 mile segment from 43rd Street to 21-2, so this chunk of road right there. Based on the most recent condition assessments, this one is identified as in need of an overlay in 2027. So we're budgeting $730,000 for that from the Bridges and Paved Roads Reserve.
Go ahead, Klaus.
Just for clarification, is that going north?
East.
East,
So
west?
if you start at 43rd,
Yeah.
where my cursor is, it's gonna go east for a mile to 21-2.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, gotcha.
Okay, I will go to the next one. So this is Range Road 20-5. So this is from 512 to just south of Vista Meadows, right here. So this roadway again is showing some signs of deterioration, oxidation, cracking, and my hope is we can do just a simple 2 to 3 inch overlay to preserve that road. And 1 kilometer long, looking at 680,000 from the Bridges and Paved Road Reserve.
Is that the piece of highway or the road that has the permanent road bed on it?
Yes. Okay, and then the next one, sorry,
So that's also where the link pathway is gonna be crossing?
yes,
Okay.
that's correct. The next one is also 20-5, but it's south of Highway 4. This loads. So way down here. And this is, I can never pronounce the name right, Field Subdivision Road, Range Road. Is that 25? Yes, 20-5. I believe I've got the description 20-3, but that should be 20-5. Again, this road is showing signs of oxidation and is cracking, and we're proposing to do a double chip seal on this road because I simply can't do an overlay because it's a narrow road. It's about 7 meters wide, and if I do an overlay, I'm just narrowing up that structure. So I want to do a chip seal to this road to preserve the base. It doesn't seem to be structurally failing. If there's any signs of that, we can do a simple deep strength repair and patch that up before we do a chip seal. But that is the reason I am doing a chip seal, is because if I put another overlay on, it's going to narrow that road up probably about another 18 inches or so. So looking at $270,000 for that one.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's the stretch of road that goes right past the parcel that we had the public hearing on the
Correct.
subdivision, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jen?
Can I ask a question regarding the CCBF? That's the formula of gas tax?
Yeah, former FGTF, the Federal Gas Tax Fund, they've renamed the Canadian Community Building Fund.
And for our municipality, is that relatively stable in what we receive out of that?
Yes, it's been, we haven't seen, well, we did see an increase a few years
20,
ago,
20, I
but,
think,
yeah, it's pretty consistent around that, I think it's around that 700,000.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next one is the Shaughnessy sewer lining project. As I kind of alluded to before, there's a couple phases to this. So this is just continuing off the first phase. Locations include 1st and 2nd Street, 600 meters of line, or 605 meters of lining for this one. We will apply for that AMWWP grant, but we are proposing to fund it through the utility reserve for right now. Okay, and finally for 2027, 79597. Again, another standard bridge file replacement. Zoom out a little bit. Slow. So 8 Mile Lake is just here, and the bridge file replacement is right here. And what we'll do, similar to other bridge files in this area, because that is the only access in, the contractor will build a temporary bridge on either side of the permanent one to allow traffic to come in and out. We did that on a previous project and it seemed to work quite well. So we'll do the same on that project just to make sure those that are on the north side of there aren't stuck. And we are looking at $420,000 for that project, and we will apply for STIP funding. Okay, and finally for 2028, we are looking at the Howe Road overlay, about 4.4 kilometers. So again, this is just projected need of rehabilitation in 2028. This will include an overlay from Highway 512 to Highway 4, that entire section of road, to preserve the existing structure. 4.4 kilometers long and an estimated cost of $2.14 million. That road does see quite a significant amount of traffic on it. Okay, and then the last project here for 28 is 79599 and 79600. So this is just east of that other bridge file I was just talking about. Just north and west of Coaldale a little bit. And we're going to do both of these at once just because they are right beside each other, and it just makes sense to have them both done at the same time. They're both coming up for renewal as they were installed, one right after another. And again, we will have the contractor put in some sort of temporary road across Township Road 10-2 and 20-3 if needed to accommodate traffic, unless there's an alternate way in. And that one we're looking at, because it's two bridges, $880,000, so $440 apiece, and we will apply for STIP funding for that project.
Go ahead, Klaus.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the STIP funding, how much would you get out of that? And how does that work, that you can now already budget and then say we need so much out of a reserve fund to complement that or not? Or, so what would you say you would get from that, or is that different every time?
Is it 90-10 for STIP, Jen?
I believe so. It's
Yeah.
quite competitive. There's limited funds in that one as well. We have received it, but not every time we've applied. So generally speaking, we put the reserve as the funding source first. And if we happen to get the grant funding, then we'll offset the difference from the reserve. But it's, you know, it would be great to receive it every time, but I just think based on the amount of competition for that grant, because it's not just for bridges, I think it's for roads.
Yeah, there's a few different funding sources for it, but I think
Yeah.
because Alberta Transportation has decreased what that minimum condition rating needs to be for them to even look at an application. It used to be, I think, 44.4, now they're 33-ish in that range. So they're narrowing up their criteria, and it's making it harder for us to get grant funding because of that.
So with that said, the follow-up would be, how would you get the reserve built up that high? Because looking at all over the last couple of years the next couple of years that you're gonna be doing, so how are you gonna get that built up, the reserve built up that far that you can do all that kind of stuff? And if you don't, because if you only get a minimum amount from STIP or LG, whatever.
Mm-hmm. So we do obviously put away to that reserve every year. I've got a running tally of what our reserves will be year after year. And at the end of 2028, we are projecting for that bridges and paved roads reserve to be about $3.8 million. So there's enough money in there that if we have to do a significant project, we can, especially if there's matching grant dollars. But we don't, at the same time, don't want to have a $10 million reserve sitting there just and not being spent. We need to invest that in our infrastructure. So we're trying to maintain it at a level that there's enough in there that we can do those big projects, but it's not too much where we're not investing in our infrastructure with the dollars that is supposed to go into it. So.
And it's, pardon me, let's say it is increased annually by the business tax fund, or the business tax funds that we receive. So whatever doesn't go towards the debt repayment goes into that reserve.
Quite cool.
I just wanted to add that I think that question does go back to the operating budget discussions that we need to have around reserve transfers, what that level is. If we don't get the grant funding that we forecasted, then we have to make a decision around, is this critical in nature, and we have to proceed, or is it something that will delay? Because this is a snapshot of our highest priorities. It is by no means representative of all of the infrastructure deficits or work that needs to be completed or that is looming, and I think that the team feels quite confident that they've captured those most critical risks, but that doesn't negate the possibility that something unexpected could come forward. And so that is part of that conversation that we need to have. And this is one reserve of many that supports infrastructure and work and activities that happen in the county. So I think it's a great question. I think it's actually foundational to what we need to get into as to what those reserve amounts are and what is a safe amount to keep to protect our infrastructure if we have something critical and we can't rely on that grant funding.
Okay, that's it for infrastructure. If there's no other questions, I can move into finance and admin.
Sounds good.
Okay. So for finance and administration, we've got, in 2024, we've got 2 projects planned. You can see R1 transfers from reserves of 195,000, so we do put away annually some money for this building, for projects into a reserve, so that's where this project funds will be drawn from. And the first project on the list here is roof coverings replacement in this building. So essentially, actually the map might help out in this one. This building, it's got a peaked roof and a flat roof, and we redid the peaked roof not too many years ago, put solar panels on it, and it's functioning great right now, but the flat part of the roof does need some attention. Oh, that's the wrong area. Let's see if I can do it to the right spot. Geez, where the heck am I, Jen?
I don't
Sorry, just trying to find our office building on here. Why can't I find it?
We discussed
this at length
last year.
We did, yes, you're right. It is basically, it's the same project as last year. Sorry, I'm having trouble. Oh, I know where I am now.
Prices haven't changed though, in your estimation?
I think we added a little bit more in just because of, rising cost of materials. There we are. Finally, I found it. So you can see the peaked roof of our building with all the panels on except for the north face. And then you can see right here, all of our air conditioning units are on this flat part of the roof. And this flat part of the roof, it needs to be replaced. There's water that's saturating through the existing membrane on there. And we had this past summer, we had to go upstairs because one of the offices had water leaking in it. So we know this roof is having issues. So basically the project entails removing all those air conditioning units off of the roof, stripping the old roof away, installing a new one, making sure it drains well, and putting those air conditioning units back onto the roof. And we're looking at $140,000 for that one. And a lot of that is because of those air conditioning units having to bring in a crane, hoist them down one by one. And all the mechanical work associated with it.
That's right. Go ahead, Klaus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What's your estimated value of this building?
Oh boy. Cole could probably answer that better than me. 3.5 to 4 million. I would.
Significantly higher than that.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. That's why I referred to
I
Cole.
don't have the exact number, but I think we were almost 5 million when we talked about it, but I can't.
Okay.
We could get the assessment.
I think we had an appraisal done
Just curiosity.
a while ago, and it was 3.5 to 4, but that was before COVID.
Yeah.
So things have really gone up. Yeah.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when would you be thinking about doing this? Because remember when we had the air conditioners off before and they didn't have any upstairs and they kind of all melted? Would you be able to do it before you need air conditioning or?
Ideally,
how would that
it's
work?
first thing in the spring, as soon as they can get up there and do it. I can't speak to the duration of the project, but you're right, it'll get awfully hot in this building if we're doing this in August. So we'll we can have a completion of June 31st or something in the contract. So
I just remember the complaints from upstairs.
yeah, it gets warm. You're right.
Oh, it was so hot up there. It was unbelievable.
We might have to buy a bunch of fans for them in the meantime.
I have a question for you in this regard. In terms of the material that we're using, replacing that in, is that budget included maybe putting a higher quality material that's gonna last a little bit longer? Or are we looking at putting back there what we had originally?
I'd have to check with Cole, not that Cole, the other Cole, to see what the exact type of material we are using. I think it's some sort of membrane. You know a lot more about.
Yeah, is this what we talked about? Is this the flat roof or is this?
Yeah, it's the flat. Yeah.
Yeah, so it'll be part of the package systems. I think pretty standard. I mean, it wouldn't be obviously the same. It'd be the same roof system that we've used previously. So it'd be like an SBS roll good, and then they would do the insulation panel, the membrane, and then the torch down roll. The assembly matters more than material type, so it's the combination, and we're seeing 25 to 30 years, pretty standard on those roofs at minimum, so, and associated warranties with that.
Okay, thank you. The reason I was asking is because there's been some advancements in product that tend to have a longer life expectancy than a torch down system, and I was just wondering about the logic of, you know, if we're going in and doing that, because the material cost is only slightly higher, labor and everything is all relatively the same, especially considering that we're taking the air conditioning units off, and that's the largest share of the issue. Maybe looking at a product that's gonna give us a longer life expectancy, so that.
Yeah, it would, I know what you're referring to, and there will be an adhesive application. You can get cold applied, or you can get the edge torch down. It is not a traditional torch down system, but we would look to the engineers to provide recommendations, cost, benefits, and then impacts to the structural integrity of the roof as well.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no more questions on that one, I'll move to the next one, and I'll just talk about this one and the 2025 budget, because they're really the same. We just split into two phases. So LED lighting replacement in this building. So currently, as you can see above you, we've got fluorescent lightings throughout the building. We have changed some to LEDs, but a majority are these fluorescent lights. And these bulbs every year go up and up in price, and we're at the point now where the suppliers are saying they are discontinued. You can't buy these bulbs, or soon you won't be able to buy these bulbs anymore. So what we've done is we've bought a decent amount of bulbs to get us through these two projects. So by the end of 2025, when the second phase of LED lighting is done, we'll have gone through all those bulbs. We'll have the LED lights replaced, which are about 60 to 70% lower operating costs, and they'll last longer than these fluorescent style lighting systems. So in these waffle ceilings here, it'll be more of a round style light. And in the office where there's the T-bar, you'll see more of your traditional 2x2 or 2x4 looking light, similar to what we have in the hallways here. And in, I think Coyote Flats has it, or no, Commerce might have it as well. But if you look in the hallways here, it's those standard 2x4 and 2x2 LED panels that we're looking to install over 2 years. Again, out of the building reserve, so phase one would be 55,000 and phase two would be 50,000.
Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Why are we doing it in two phases? Like, it's 50 grand, the people are on site. We blow that on anything else without giving it too much consideration. Is it not worth just get her done?
I agree. I guess the idea is to use the existing bulbs that we purchased, because these bulbs, I believe, run $18 to $22 a piece. So we've got a decent amount of those bulbs kicking around. We thought, well, let's use the bulbs as many as we can and then install the LEDs. However, if council would all like it done in one phase, we can do that as well, but that was kind of the logic behind
Put them on
the two
Kijiji.
phases. Yeah. On Kijiji.
I've got, maybe John and then Cole.
Yeah, I was just gonna concur with Councillor Van Ness, and I think that, you know, when we're looking at an operational budget number that's that small, coupled with the savings of having the cost-effective lighting in terms of the, you know, the reduction in the power bill, something like that makes more sense to do as time efficiently and as exponentially as possible, because the long-term aspect of it makes sense.
Go ahead, Cole.
Maybe a question for Devin, and along that same vein, I've done a lot of this type of lighting upgrade, and because we're still operating in the building, I found it doesn't necessarily translate to the same economies of scale doing it all from a time standpoint. So if we did approve it in year one and we gave some flexibility as far as time delivery, we might be able to maximize or minimize the cost of getting the work done. And then if it's completed in 1 year, great. And if not, and it runs into a separate calendar year, we would just see it split that way. So we would still have to have it funded for 2024, and then we could actually build the tender package to give us the best cost possible to get the work done.
I think that would work. So what we can do with that then is essentially what Cole said. We'll move the LED lighting 2 phases into 1 phase in 2024. We'll have a budget of 105,000, and just with the understanding it may take place over 2 years. Does that sound good to council? Okay.
Oh, sorry, Lauren.
Okay, thank you. So does that include doing upstairs too? Or do we have to, okay,
Yeah, you
thank
bet.
you.
All right, well,
Go ahead, John.
Sorry, I have a question in that regard. Because we rent that space out, is there an aspect of the lease that would push some of those costs onto the tenant?
in the lease, it is our responsibility to do regular maintenance and upgrades of the building. If they wanted to renovate their space because they want it looking differently, then they would do that. But if it's replaced due to age, then we replace it. Okay, so that's it for me. Unless there's any other questions, I will turn it back to Jen.
Thank you, David.
That's good.
So I'm getting.
How are we doing for breaks? Does anyone need a break or anything, or would like to continue on through into IT now, or?
You just had a break.
I'm
It's up to
asking for you.
council. Lunch will be delivered probably close to noon.
'Kay.
Just so council's aware.
'Kay.
Downstairs in Coyote Flats. And information technology is our last capital department to review.
Sounds
So
good.
it's
Give her.
up to you guys. Okay. So I believe on page 45 of your budget, and I'll just invite Doug Burke up. Let me just scroll down to the first one, Doug.
Morning, Doug.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of council. To present the capital budget for information technology. For next year, for 2024, there's only one item. It is the digital aerial orthographic project. This is scheduled for every 3 years. We partner with various municipalities and irrigation districts, and the airplane flies over our areas every 3 years to provide us with new photos. Is there questions on that
Go
one?
ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is the GIS system, or in the photos that were, when they bring in the mapping?
In the mapping that
Yeah.
Devin was just showing, that's part of that project, yes. We typically like to do it when there's no foliage on the trees. The irrigation districts like to do it in the summertime with a high water mark, so it always depends. We'd like to get it done before the forest fires happen too, so we don't have the smoke coverage as well, which will affect the photos. That's it for that one. For 2025, we have one of our Recover backup servers to be replaced. Our servers are on a 4-year replacement schedule. We also have a GIS plotter to be replaced. That is on a 5-year replacement schedule. The large land ownership map on our west wall is actually done by that device.
Sorry, go ahead, Eric.
Sorry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We put Fleet through the grill on extending timelines of replacements. Could you run us through your process of being on a 4-year replacement schedule?
Because operating systems change so quickly, hardware, the processing of information, the servers are literally done at that end of life. That's the estimated projection of end of life for those units.
Go ahead, John.
Same sort of question, same vein, but with the GIS plotter, does it get enough use that it would warrant a replacement every 5 years? Or is that something that could be stretched out a little bit longer?
We were replacing it earlier than that. We have actually stretched it out to the 5-year mark.
Go ahead, John.
We look at consumables, again, information technology does evolve rather quickly. Those hardware devices may or may not run with the new operating systems in place, with the newer programs as well. Once we do purchase a new plotter, the old one actually goes out to Picture View to be used.
Go ahead, Jen.
That's what I was gonna add, is that we actually try to get extended life out of the machine by transferring it to Picture Butte, so they can print maps out there as well, and then the newer one stays here in this office. And I would guess it's printed on almost daily.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Doug.
And 2025 is the election year, so at this point, we have identified tablets for council. Questions on that one? Moving to 2026, we have identified this server room air conditioning unit to be replaced. Of course, the servers like to run hot, and we need to keep them nice and cool so we don't have a meltdown in there. For 2027, again, we have our two main office servers to be scheduled to be replaced. They were replaced this year. They would be replaced again 4 years down the road. Perhaps technology will be more advanced where we can run a cloud solution and we can reduce some of those costs. Also for 2027, again, it's a 3-year replacement of the orthographic project.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just add to that. It does mention in there, but $20,000 is annually budgeted as a transfer to reserve to fund this project every 3 years. As well, the more municipalities that join or group, I think it's usually the MD of Willow Creek that manages the project. If there's more municipalities that join, our price tag goes down. So 60,000 seems to be the average, but it's just a placeholder for that to happen.
Go ahead, Doug.
For 2028, the GIS server has been scheduled for replacement, again on a 4-year replacement schedule. I've made a note below this Recover server. It should actually be moved to 2029, not for 2028.
You want that one
This one right
moved?
here, yeah.
Okay.
And there's one more. It's been identified that the audiovisual equipment here in council chambers we need to have a serious look at. If we need to upgrade it, it will be pushing around the 10-year mark for that. I believe that's it. If there's any questions.
Any questions for Doug? Thanks, Doug.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just following the capital budget presentations, I don't know if council had any items that they wanted to bring forward or have administration review or take a look at, so we could gather some information if need be prior to tomorrow. I doubt we would have it today. And obviously after lunch, I think we can probably jump into the start of operating if council would like as well. I think there'll be some bigger discussion around the operating budget, so I think the sooner we can dive into it, probably the better.
Okay. Any points of clarity, any questions, anything that you'd like researched, I guess, for Jen, for anything we've covered to this point?
Okay. All right, as mentioned, lunch will be served at noon, so I don't know if council wants to take a full break, or if you just want to, maybe I can just start my operating presentation. If it's completely up to you.
Start?
We'll confirm once lunch is here.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jen. Thank you.
So it does say day 2, but obviously we're a little ahead of schedule, which is fine. So again, we'll go through the operating budget presentation. We'll do an overview, parking lot and decision items for council, and then council direction at the end of day tomorrow. So, in preparation of the operating budget, we want to manage the daily operations to meet the needs of our citizens, want to apply the approved levels of service that are already in place, and ensure that continued service delivery of all resources and activities continue. The operating budget is a guide, setting the spending limit for the programs and service delivery of council. Throughout the budget, COLA has been applied in accordance with the QP agreement, which is 2% and where applicable in staffing. Inflation has been applied as well where applicable on known cost to date. So we averaged out at about 2% overall. We did apply a large inflation last year based on where things were at in 2023 or where we estimated them to be. Projections, I think I kind of put some information in that executive summary. I included it early on in the budget. They're saying it should start trending down here, and by the end of 2024, averaging out a little bit as far as inflation goes, closer to that 2.5%. Any cost-saving initiatives that were generated throughout 2023 have also been included. And of course, any legislated impacts, being the urban recreation funding and the provincial policing from the previous year, has continued to be applied to the budget. So we're looking at the budget here. Our tax support, as we spoke about earlier, Council, with regards to the tax dollars required or proposed at this point in order for the municipality to operate, looking at about a 7.899% increase over the dollars between 2023 and 2024, and 5.62 after growth. Growth again being increases in assessment, increases through development, large projects that may have come forward in the past year. Those would impact the projected growth. And just as a note, 1% increase of the 2023 tax support to 2024 is $166,755. So that equates to 1% of the total increase over the previous year. Operating budget revenues include everything from utility rates, user fees, penalties that are generated, any service agreements we may have in place. We collect revenue from tax certificates, if there's any custom work that's done, planning and development fees, enforcement fines, emergency services, obviously, investment income, which goes directly back to the capital reserves. So that one's kind of an in and out. Operating grants and transfers from reserves that may fund any operating projects. So once all of these revenue sources have been identified, they're balanced out against the expenses, and that's where we come up with our tax support number. And then our operating expenditures, of course. So these are obviously our financial obligations, such as debt, salaries and wages, things that are fixed. Any council direction that may have been received from previous year, or within this 2023 years, what I mean by previous year, have been incorporated. Our levels of service, any capital impacts, whether that's savings on the expenses or increases to the operations, generally decreases. We've put in our inflationary costs, and then we've evaluated at the department level through discussions, the senior leadership level, on the needs versus the wants within the budget, and kind of what the importance is there, because we're all obviously competing for the same dollars, if you want to call it that, between departments. And again, our legislative requirements. So the operating budget here, just broken down by our revenue sources against our, we refer to as object codes, so the type of expenditures versus the department that's utilizing them, brings us down to that tax support of the just shy of 18 million at this point. Now that does include, as Cole mentioned in his opening, some increases to the transfer to reserves. We put in some significant increases. When you're looking at future years, different things that we'll get into those details as we go through the budget, but there was consideration of the McCain's expansion being online and what that will look like as far as increased water use, increased revenues from that water, and potentially some tax increase that we could utilize. So when you're looking at this is just kind of a really summarized summary. So when we speak to the non-tax support revenue, so this is the largest portion of the increases due to transfers from reserves and additional sales of goods and services. This is our revenue. Our tax supported amount is what we have just spoken to, so this offsets the increases of overall expenditures against the non-tax supported revenue. And then of course our revenue, so overall review of expenditures take place, as I mentioned, with all of our commitments and fixed costs, and the reserves making up a majority of this increase from 2023 to 2024. And again, we'll get into the details of that as we go through the operating budget. So I did do a quick operating impact summary. I believe this is on page 13, could be 14, we might be off a page within your document. So what this shows is I've highlighted the biggest impact. So it's, you know, at the bottom here I have this net adjustment. So I'm just kind of showing council and the public here what the primary impacts, be it additions, changes, efficiencies, or cost savings that have been determined through the budget. So we do have a $50,000 increase to the recreation funding. Oh, sorry, that should be over 2023. That's my typo at the top. Net salary and benefits changes. So this includes a 2% COLA as applicable, organizational restructure of FTEs, and any budget, or pardon me, benefit and pension adjustments that are impacted.
Go ahead, Lauren.
It should be page 13.
13, yeah.
Yeah.
So is that way towards, back towards the front?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, it should be near the top, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's within that total tax support portion of the document.
Thank you.
Yep. So here you can see the increased transfers to reserves for future projects is running around $378,000. We also put in future building and land funding, so new reserve of $250,000. Increased reserve for future infrastructure of $400,000, and utilities. Sorry, that next one should be utilities of $400,000. Fuel, machine parts, supplies increases. So this is an impact to some of those services to other departments from fleet, was just over $154,000. We do have some costs in there, so we have that Regional Disaster Emergency Management Services position, or DEM position. There was budget in there for 2023, although the position is not up and running. We just maintained our contracted costs for the year, which was $40,000, but the difference between 2023 and 2024 is about $23,000. We've also added in the potential for joining Economic Development Lethbridge, and our annual membership will be around $80,000. And then some efficiencies and savings. So dust control revenue, there'll be a rate increase there, so we're anticipating about $35,000. The ASB Environmental Operational Grant, they are now bumping that one back up again for the environmental stream portion, so we can make the main grant portion of $41,000. ASB Chemicals and ASB and Park Supplies, we saw a reduction there of $48,655. A lot of this, especially the supplies portion, is due to having all these new parks in place. They're not requiring the same amount of maintenance as they did in the past. They do still require the safety checks annually, but as far as the maintenance and replacement of anything of the structures, obviously that's all updated now. So there's some reduction or some savings there. The fire call revenue, we have increased that overall estimate by $150,000. Now that we've been within this new agreement for some time, we can sort of see where things are trending with the fee-for-service that we have going, and as well as penalty revenues, which includes taxes. We've increased, so we've gained some cost savings just due to increased revenues. And I still feel that these numbers, I don't want to say are conservative, but I feel comfortable with those increases, implementing those increases into the budget. So all of those budget adjustments or additions against the efficiencies, and then just the net overall cost adjustment. So this is throughout all the departments. This is just the balancing difference where we may have moved some funds, found some savings. Also, there's some increases, such as with insurance premiums, for example. So the difference between the balancing and the ebbs and flows between all the departments is another cost savings of about $80,000, which brings us to that total tax support that's been prepared in this upcoming budget. So again, we'll go through the details by department and can get into each one separately. So once we get into, I will invite Cole up. I have put here who the senior leadership team, who the representatives are, and sort of the departments that flow under them. As mentioned also by Cole, when we were putting the operating budget together, because of the reorganization and kind of shifting and renaming of departments. I did try to align the previous year budget to mirror that as best as I could. Some of these departments, like people and culture, fell under the CAO budget previously, so just pulling that out, just so council can get a better idea of maybe what the expectation as far as we go with budget is, and just so it didn't look as wonky, can I say, especially with community services not really being its own department anymore, and that one sort of flowed through to all of us. Devin picked up planning and development as a CPO. Safety and emergency services went under the CAO's office, just different adjustments that way. So I tried to do my best as far as that goes, so, just when you're looking at the budget, just so it maybe cleaned up some of those adjustments a bit more for you guys. I did provide, I don't know if we want to get into this yet, it's maybe a bit premature, but I know the question was asked earlier that when we say 7.8% increase on taxes, what that looks like for the individual. This is a very broad example. You know, I've used some pretty straightforward numbers. It's not including any requisition. It's strictly based on the municipal tax portion. There's different factors, obviously, that take place with every type of assessed value. In this case, this first example, this 5 points here means a 5-point increase to farmland, to the tax rate for farmland. And then, of course, you have to just, again, those scales, balance it out so that you're only collecting what you need to collect and what that would look like. But again, we can go through this in more detail once we're looking at final numbers and decisions. I do have a working Excel spreadsheet where I can update. It might take me a few minutes, but I can update as we're going along tomorrow to see where you want to land. We also put in a 10-point spread just for council's information. This is based on the current proposed budget, as I mentioned, and is a very broad example. So it is going to vary by individual property, but I wanted to bring something forward to council. I believe I told council I would bring them something forward to look at, so just some information for you. And then, of course, once we're done with everything, we'll look at our next steps. So we'll address any outstanding parking lot items, should we have any. We'll have a decision chart I said I put together for council. We can review that and see if there's any, I'll call it low-hanging fruit, that council wants to take a look at. If there's any additions council wants to make, of course, that would be under our additional budgetary discussions, and then what their direction is moving forward, so administration can adjust the budget accordingly.
Awesome. I think we have a natural break then, Jen, if that's all right.
Perfect.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Is there anything else you wanted to add right now, Cole, or anything?
No, I'm good.
I just wanted to say one thing, I think. I think budget is it's an interesting process, and it's an interesting responsibility that we have as council. And I've been having some conversations. Last week I had a conversation with Reeve Schneider from Vulcan and Reeve Mianaga from Tabor, and I know I've spoken to Mayor Van Ryan recently about the budgeting process and council's involvement and just how that all is. And I think just from maybe some of the conversation this morning, just one of my thoughts, I guess, about it is this is a document that's prepared by administration. This is administration going away, seeing what their departments, what they think they need, as far as, you know, the tools they need to do the work that I guess council establishes through those level of services. And I guess it's a tough process, because I think it's, as much as it is administration's document, ultimately we own it as council. This is the biggest responsibility we have, I feel like, in setting, you know, the direction of the municipality. If we go up, we go down, how we guide that. So I want to acknowledge just the back and forth and how, I guess, it can be, there can be some tension, and I guess just trying to get our arms around it as council, how we want to move forward. And I think my biggest thing that I would convey to council is that as much as we're sitting looking this way and looking at them, we can ask questions, and maybe we're not happy with the answers, but ultimately we have to look at each other, because you're trying to find three friends essentially to make changes here. We need a majority of council to drive this forward and to make changes in that.
So as much as you might not be happy with some of the things you hear and you might feel differently, at the end of the day, you have to convince council how you feel about it and why council should do something differently. Because it very much is our decision at the end of the day. It might not always feel like that. It might feel like it's being dictated to us, but it's really not. And I just want to, plant that seed that I think it's tough for the public. The public maybe doesn't understand just how that relationship works. I just want to make sure that we're all under the understanding that we do have, the final lever here. And so when you're going through this, if there's things, if there's questions, ask the questions. If you're not happy with the answers, then let's have that conversation as a group, as council, and see which way we can go. Let's put things on that parking lot. If you feel there's low-hanging fruit or things you want to see addressed, let's get it out there so we can have the discussion. But when we're having that discussion, we're not trying to necessarily convince staff. You're trying to convince council. So make a compelling argument and let's, essentially put our best foot forward and make the changes that are going to help us do our job moving forward. Is there anything else before we take a recess?
Maybe I would just add, I agree entirely, and then by no means do we want to come across that we're saying this is what we have to do, or that, and I do want to acknowledge the significant effort that administration has put into these to try and provide the best data to inform the decision making, but also recognize that there is a mountain of information and tasks here to get, there is no perfect solution, and as soon as you have one, the landscape changes. We know that there's further operational efficiencies. We have a lot of things that we'll go through here today that we're pursuing that I think will further inform future decisions and decision making and provide us more clarity of information. But that is all we've put forward is taking what we have and trying to advocate for, each of our areas, the expert opinion at this time with what we know that we maybe feel this is the right approach, but this one is a tough one as well, because we're really looking at some of these increases in the transfers to reserve saying, this is what we feel we need to do for long-term sustainability. We're looking 10 or 20 or 30 years into the future, and we're making decisions today that affect that long-term viability of Lethbridge County. But by no means would a change in some of those decisions affect the today or the tomorrow necessarily. But we're trying to advocate, and we don't have a crystal ball. So some of this too is based on the information and the interpretation of that information that we have. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's right or wrong. It's just what we feel is the best way forward. And so we also recognize that it is not contentious. It's just council needs to be in agreement on what those priorities are and where they want to spend that money. So just to echo what Reeve Campbell said, we also agree.
Thanks, Cole. Thank you, Jen. Do we have a time we'd like to come back? Would like to take it roughly an hour, or how much time would we like to take?
Lunch is here yet, but it is here? Okay, so.
Should we say 12:30 or 12:50? Give it an hour? Give it an hour.
Yep, we'll come back in an hour.
Sure.
All right. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll reconvene here at 12:59 PM this afternoon, and I'll turn it over to CAO Beck. Cole?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will turn it over to Jen, our Director of Corporate Services, who can guide us through it. I'll answer what I can.
Can you use her last name?
Jennifer Place.
Thank you. So I think the best, in my opinion, in council, if you want to go another route, is just the way we've done it historically, going through each department's budget and taking a look at their requirements. And then we can have a discussion based on the department and then later get into some of the more specific details. This page here would be 51 in your agenda. So this is just the total operating budget. This first page here on page 51 for you will be by department. And then following that will be the by object. So I think this is the one I referred to earlier, where we have our revenue sources and then our expenditure types by code. As we move through, we've further just broken down the revenues by source in a bit more detail and kind of shown where our greatest sources of revenue are coming from, and aside from just the property taxes. Yeah, so when you look at services to other departments, the offsetting amount, and they should be exactly the same, shows up in the expenditures.
What I mean is that it's the services to others is 5 million, and the 5 and penalties is 395, so just the reverse on your chart.
Oh, is my chart incorrect? Good catch, thank you. I'll make a note of that. No, I appreciate that, because there may be a couple things as we go through that I need to, when you look at these day in and day out, they all start blending together for weeks on end. Okay, let me just make a note of that. Thank you, Councillor Sayers. A bit of a description of what the revenue sources are, and then same thing under expenditures. Just a bit of a graph to show where the expenditures are going by object code. And again, just sort of a bit of an explanation on what those expenditures are. And I see that needs updating, so I apologize. Here is the summary on page 57 for you guys. This will be the summary of the operating projects, or what we call operating projects. So these are mostly one-time or one-off projects or different programs, I guess, that are taking place in the year, as well as what funding support is being applied to that operating project. So we have it here by department. When we get into each department, we can speak to those projects specifically, and then at the very bottom, we just have some additional funding that we receive for the combined ag and environmental streams. That goes directly into operations, as well as a bit of a gravel road reconstruction, which is part of the former BMTG, the Basic Municipal Transportation Grant. They've added it to MSI operating, so it's a stream off of that. So the first department we'll take a look at is, of course, councils. I generally pull this together on behalf of council. It's pretty straightforward. So the transfers to reserves in 2024 are specifically for the 60th anniversary celebration, be coming from reserve funds, which we did talk about earlier in the year. We kind of broached the subject of doing something, and even last year it was included in the budget. It is the county's 60th anniversary in 2024. It'd be nice to host a few events and do some media stuff.
Yep, go ahead, Klaus.
Yeah, thank you. Are we going to change the name again?
I guess it's a council decision.
Do you have something in mind, or?
The other one is media training, which CAO Beck can speak to in 2024. And then the majority of the costs, so when we speak to salaries, wages, and benefits, as council has kind of an annual salary for themselves, there are some benefits attributed to that, and some costs for the way we do it in the budget, because some of that is paid through payroll and some of it is paid through accounts payable. Most of it falls under salaries, wages, and benefits, and we have a little bit under contracted services. I can go through those details with council. This also includes some membership fees under contract and general services that, council has membership fees related to the different organizations and boards that they sit on. The services by other departments in the case of council is primarily, or is all IT related, including a portion for council chambers. And the operating projects there at 55,000. Grants to other organizations, that's $10,000 budget that we put in there. There are some bigger items that come out of there. SEWA is one that comes out of there, and some of those big annual contributions that council makes for the organizations. And then the transfers to reserves, this was put in a couple years ago for future elections. Yeah, so as you can see in 2025, there's a $25,000 budget for the elections, which will come out of the reserves. So there's not no tax support required in that year, although we do continue to make that transfer. So I guess 6,500 is tax support. Not a lot of variation between the years, other than we do apply COLA, or did apply COLA of 2% to council wages for the 2024 year and years moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you have a pullout of what we spend on per diems and conference attendance for council?
I can pull it for you. I don't have it with me.
If we could do
Or
that
do you,
at
like,
some
do you want the
point.
budget or the actual?
Well, I guess budget would be based on
I could do
actual.
budget right now.
Okay, sure.
So for budget purposes, as I mentioned, so here's where council per diem sits. We have it done by division. And then we have subsistence and travel separated. So subsistence is primarily the meals and accommodation portion. Travel would be, oh, sorry, I can make it bigger. Travel would be mileage, meals, things like that in addition. So combined on average, I mean, the Reeve has a slightly higher budget by about $2,000 just because there's generally more things that his attendance is required at. And then it's the same for, so we're looking at $7,000 annually in, I'll call it PD, subsistence and travel per counselor, with the exception of the Reeve, of course. And then mobile communications, insurance is included in there. Registrations, so these are more specific to like big registrations, FCM and some of those other ones. Sometimes there's like council registrations, different things that Candace codes through there. We have, we do put a budget in there for strategic planning. It does go up in year 2026 because it's following the election. So generally speaking, a new council does a more formal 3-day kind of strat planning session. So we put in some additional costs there. In this year, we did add some road tour costs. This was coming out of general operations in the past, but we did put some specific funds towards the council road tour. It just, the cost of the busing, the meals, the planning, it's about $6,000 is what we averaged. And then just miscellaneous supplies. So I think this is probably what you're looking for, Councillor Van Essen.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So it is even across the board per the budget. And then it's, of course, however, determined by whatever attendance council has.
Go ahead, John.
And all that is captured in the contract and general services line item. then
Yeah,
in
sorry, I thought it was split out
expenditures.
here, but the benefits is a huge part of the portion. And then, of course, I guess burdened is what you would call that in there. Okay. So that's council's. I don't know if there's no other questions, I'll just move on to CAO's budget. So as we kind of mentioned before, formerly the CAO's office was one budget that incorporated human resources. It now incorporates what was human resources and people and culture we've pulled out for its own budget. Marketing and communications, so majority of that came from the former community services budget. So that's communications and some economic development costs. And then safety and emergency services is what you formerly knew as fire services. So that's all rolled up under here. So this revenue portion is all of the departments listed here, their revenue, and then the expenditures are by department, and then I have a breakdown of each further down. And this bottom portion is the actual tax support requirement for each of the departments. So CAO is pretty straightforward. There's an annual transfers from reserves, and this is to fund, we say gala there, it's really just a function or an employee and appreciation council, appreciation of employees. So that comes from a reserve annually, and it was tied to, there's a safety element. So money we generally get back through WCB goes towards that. We usually get about $15,000 back on our PIR. So a portion of that goes towards this appreciation night or barbecue or whatever it might be. Salaries and wages and benefits. So there's 2 FTEs under this. It's burdened rate, of course, and also includes professional development. Contracted and general services are pretty straightforward. Those are different, I guess, general services and costs associated. If there's any kind of contracted cost that needs to be done, I think there's some legal in there, a couple things like that. Services by other departments. So this number under the CAO's office includes the SUV cost to fleet as well as IT costs. And when we look at IT costs, just for council's information, IT department provides a inventory of all of their equipment, who it's assigned to by department. We go through and we calculate what his operational expenses are against whatever revenue he might generate, which he doesn't have much for revenue unless it's funding something. And then we build out the cost of what the IT is in there. So there's software associated with that. There's hardware costs. There's mobile costs. Some of the processing costs that are affiliated with different pieces of software. Those kinds of things are all built into these rates as they flow through all of the departments. Again, we got the 10,000 for the operating project, and then 6,500. That's basically materials, supplies, anything associated with the CAO department as far as what they may require for operating costs. And there's more detail down below, but it's pretty straightforward as far as what's required there. And there is a 2% COLA, again, built in. And just so I'm not repeating myself, that is across the board where applicable. So anybody that is applicable to, at this point, not red circled as an example, there's a few employees would not necessarily be, COLA may not apply to them, depending on where they sit on the grid. This is where we have people and culture. So this would have formerly been known as the human resources, which rolled up under the CAO. As council's aware, there's a wage compensation review happening. That's the operating project under this department, and it is being funded through MSI operating funds as there's third-party consultant doing the compensation review. Salaries, wages, and benefits. So this incorporates 4 FTEs. So there's 2 employees that were under previous departments that are now rolled up into people and culture, and then the 2 HR personnel that were there before are budgeted as at burdened rates.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is one of those situations where the difference between 2023 and 24 is kind of square peg round hole. And that's why we're seeing a pretty significant increase in the budgets from year to year, because there's been a pretty significant shift in the structure, right?
Yeah.
That's correct. Yeah, we, as Jen had mentioned, we moved payroll and benefits to align under human resources just for some synergies there. And then we actually had an executive admin who has been tasked with leading a lot of the records management over the last number of years. And as that wraps up, we made the decision to align that under people and culture as well, to then support all of the other teams, so that the entire budget resides here, but that role will actually support all of the operational leadership. So, yeah.
Contract and general services, again, there's some legal costs in there, different contracted services that HR may require, people in culture may require, with hiring of individuals. We do criminal record checks. We do have some driving abstract requirements. There's various things that people in culture would have to look after. Again, the services by other departments. Bit of a drop here. There's no vehicle there. There are some software changes taking place, so we are seeing some IT stuff kind of change, and there's not any additional IT required in the upcoming year. And the material supplies and operating costs is pretty straightforward, just items that they may need. The majority of the supplies for the administrative office do flow through finance and administration, but each department has a little bit of budget if they need something specific or whatever for their area.
Lauren and then Klaus. Go ahead, Lauren.
Here, so just looking at 25 and 26, your expenditures for, where was it now?
Contracted and general services.
Yeah,
Yes.
is double. I just wondered, is there a specific, it was more than double, but yeah.
So there was, go ahead.
No, yeah, I can't remember what the projects were.
So I think we were talking about doing some programming stuff, like I think there was some safety stuff. And, Jared can probably speak more specifically to what some of those upcoming projects are in future years, or if he wants to.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll let Jared specify. What we tried to do is we've been trying to phase, we've got some wellness initiatives. We're doing the compensation review right now, which will drive a lot of our decision-making on structure. We've talked about performance management frameworks, some of those details, and then some safety. We're working on our safety program right now, and so we've just attempted to sequence so we can't get all the work done in 1 year, and so we've put some money aside for contractors to support. We don't exactly know our timing, but we've just kind of put it as a placeholder to say, we think this is where we're gonna be in 24. And then maybe, Jared, do you have any other specifics or items that I've missed?
I think you've touched on everything. It was just setting that placeholder aside for any people and culture related wellness, engagement, performance management type of contracts, or some funds aside to engage consultants to assist with some of that work.
I think that was Klaus's as well.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions on this budget before we move on? Okay. And then we also have marketing and communications. So no revenue, as there aren't any projects suggested for the upcoming years. The CERCON report happened in 2023, as council is aware. This incorporates the, I can't remember, sorry, Maddie's new role, communications coordinator?
Yeah, so we have the marketing communications
Thank
strategist
you.
and communications coordinator. Yeah, so we've, based on the communications and marketing workshop that we did, we've identified if we proceed with that strategy, then it is more economical for us to provide a communications coordinator support to do the implementation of that. In addition to this, there is some economic development activities that occur through here that we are hard to compare to 2023, because essentially I've been doing that off the side of my desk as we bridged away from having a dedicated economic development officer. So there looks like there's a more of a increase here than is actually there based on what we've spent historically. It just happened to be 23 was a bridge year and not a direct comparator for the economic development activities. But we do have that additional FTE in there, as well as the marketing and communications strategy in the contracted and general services. And we've found some funds in the materials portion and some efficiencies in the public operations budget that we were hoping to take to essentially offset this expenditure cost or this cost.
So the contract and general services will include everything from advertising and media expenses, the newspaper that, or the quarterly paper that Maddie puts out every quarter. And we also include in here, we still pay for subscriptions for every resident that requires one throughout the county, so those costs are in here as well. We did include some economic development costs should we need them. As Cole mentioned, under the new communication strategy plan, there's the development of some videos in the upcoming years, so there's some money put aside so that we can develop some good videos to put out as part of our communications plan. So that's what the majority of that is. It does look like a significant increase, but this previously was looking strictly at communications, and now we've rolled in the new the communications plan as well as some economic development costs in there too. Okay. Oh yes, I was going to add in there as well. We did make a 3-year commitment. The commitment was made in 2023, so in this year, for future years, for the Alberta Advantage Immigration Program, which is also included in there. And I think it's just over $9,000 annually for the next 3 years. We've partnered with Tabor on that one, so we'll see how that moves forward. And so there's funding in there as well. So the Safety and Emergency Services was previously the fire services budget. So it stayed relatively consistent. There's a couple programs and items that we will need to review, specifically the regional DEM, and I'll leave it to CAO Beck to discuss that. The emergency services agreements, we did leave the 2024 budget the same based on the current agreements. So the agreements do expire in April of 2024, so just after, kind of just following the first quarter there. Likely it will require an extension before can flesh out all of the details. So right now, as council's aware, with the exception of the town of Coaldale, it's a fee-for-service agreement with the other 3 municipalities, Coaldale, Cohurst, or sorry.
Nobleford,
No,
Dubuque.
yeah. So Coaldale's separate. It seems to be working. We did increase the revenues there. I think that's a safe bet. We were fairly conservative as it was a new program. 2023 was the first full year we actually had with this new agreement. We'll see what Heath's rates recommendations are with the agreements moving forward, and then of course enter into negotiations with the other municipalities. The operating projects here are so as you can see, in 2023 there was $56,925 budgeted for the regional DEM. That was the county portion. Regional DEM is not in place, but they did get a consultant, and I believe an RFP's gone out. I don't know the status right now.
It's been awarded.
Okay. So the unspent portion of that $56,000, we still had to pay the town of Coaldale $40,000 in 2023 to maintain the current DEM that we had. So I took the difference as a transfer from reserve. So at the end of 2023, I'll take that difference and help it fund 2024's portion. Again, it's budgeted at close to $80,000 for 2024, and then you can see how it increases over the upcoming years. So that is an item that we've placed on the decision chart for council of how they'd like to proceed with that moving forward. The second portion is the safety program development. So Cole alluded to this in partnership with People and Culture. The Safety and Emergency Services Department will be working on the development of a safety program. Like we do have safety in place. We do have programs in place. I think this is just elevated.
Yeah, we've done a good job from the administration of our safety program, but to embed it more in the culture, we do have some policies that we need to flesh out a little bit more robustly. We have some recommendations from Jared and People in Culture to help do that. Heath is providing some direction, and we're going to work on building some of that safety capacity and certifications throughout the operating team where our biggest risks exist. And so we've just put some money aside really as a placeholder we know we have some work to do. We don't exactly know what that is. We're in that stage right now, and that is more there to help us kind of see that through once we've identified what those gaps are.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you. So when I'm looking at 2024's plan, we've got 30,000 and 2025, 10, and then 5. Can you elaborate a little bit on why that is sort of front-end loaded and then tapering off?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, so right now we're going through kind of a gap analysis on our safety policies and procedures. We would like to identify some of those bigger things. We've put some more aside, excuse me. We've put more aside in the first year of this, knowing that that's probably when the lion's share of the work is gonna happen. We also know that we're gonna have to provide some training and some, which is spread out in some of the other departments, but that there's probably some building out some courses or something where we can get in-house training. So we're not exactly sure what that looks like. And then once we have that, we're expecting it to transition to more housekeeping type items as we go along and bring that all in-house. So we don't want to rely on consultants forever, but we do need a certain level of expertise to build it out, and then we can kind of take it forward. It's more of a capacity thing too right now as we move safety under with emergency services, and we're trying to redefine that model where it's split. So the safety program governance will exist there, but then a lot of the actual administration of the WCB, the lost time incidents and everything else will funnel through people and culture, just because it aligns so closely with like abilities type work. It's just a little bit different process, but the same skill set. So we're just trying to build that out right now and then kind of peter that out as we go. It's a program's built.
Okay. And our contract and general services, we do have some inspection costs in there, which we're hoping to kind of not have to pay out of pocket for as much moving forward. We have also our dispatching costs in there. Some of our 911 dispatching costs are in there that we're responsible for. And then we also have costs in there for Coaldale, and I think it's for inspections that we're hoping will roll into, as well as some additional DEM costs that, again, once we have something more in place, we hope to reduce some of those additional costs as well. Services by other departments includes both the fire services vehicle as well as all of the, IT required. And then the operating costs or operating projects, pardon me, we spoke to. And then we have kept in here this $222,000 transfer to reserve. So this is for what we call the EARS program. So it's the Emergency Apparatus Replacement Program, like services program. So although the county does not own any fire services vehicles on paper, we have contributed to some in the past. Under the current agreement, the idea was to sort of get away from that. We haven't taken it out of the budget yet because moving forward, we're not sure how that will unfold.
Yeah, so I should note with Heath Wright just starting, and we had already had this plan because of just some of our other priorities in the county, and with me being relatively new to the organization, where there is a clause in our fire service agreements where we have to provide 6 months notice if we're looking to terminate or renew, and there's a 1-year extension option clause. So the bordering municipalities and myself have agreed that we're going to continue on into 24, and we will spend the next year kind of redefining and fleshing out those agreements. There's a lot that's well defined. There is some, such as what Jen is referring to as far as the transfers to reserves and the funding of capital. There was a understanding that we would fund that on the front end. We would fund it on the front end, and then we would in turn pay a fee for service that would have a capital replacement component to it. That is our understanding. That is the conversations we've had. It is not as clearly detailed in the agreements as we would like, and it's something that we need to capture. And so we're not entirely sure what that expectation is across all municipalities, and it's something that we just need to flag and move through. I don't know what the recommendation will be for the type of service agreement that we will put in place, but we do know that we would like to move to more of a standard agreement with all of our municipal partners, and so that'll be something that's forthcoming. So we're basing this off of current state and what agreements are in place, because that's the best information that we have. But I also want to note that we anticipate this will change. In what capacity, I don't know. The hope is that we don't see necessarily an increase in any of these expenditures, but maybe where the money sits and how it flows out. What we're trying to do is ensure that we have the best value for service for our ratepayers, and until we go through that process, we just the only thing we can do is really hold the line with what the current agreements are until something's changed and signed.
Quick class.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So, this contract is, runs till April, you said, of next year?
Some of the agreements, the original term with the option to extend, which we have not, the original term was actually the end of March of 2024, and some of the agreements do not have an end date. It is more of there's a trigger process, and so we're going to try and go through both sets of those at the same time.
So, looking at what happened in the past, and the relationships, what I hear, have improved quite a bit over the time, which is a very good thing. Do we expect any surprises coming up from the new negotiations that are going to be going on? Maybe it's hard to say, but I mean, everything's possible here with the other municipalities.
Yeah, and I thank you, Councillor Vanderveen. I can't answer that. With Heath being new to his role, we've set up meetings with some of our small urban partners already, more as a get to know them and talk about where things are at and what we'd like to see changed, not necessarily as part of this negotiation, but just preemptively. We have a few that we're still waiting to hear back from on setting those up. So we're really just trying to get a lay of the land right now over the next couple of months, understand what their challenges are, what ours are, how we can work together to maximize that value for service. And then I'm sure it's a tough one. We're always talking about transfers of money year over year. There's variability in where those calls are, the types of calls, the complexity of those calls, and where the expenses are. And so there's opportunity costs with each type of model. You may go to a fixed fee model, and 1 year we are paying disproportionately to the amount of service we got. You may go to a fee for service, and it doesn't capture the types of calls. And so it is really hard to draw a circle around everything. What we're trying to do is get as close as we can to a fair model, both for our small urban partners and ourselves. And I think just on how we view that and how it's framed, there will be some hard conversations ahead, but I feel that this is a mutually beneficial relationship, and so I don't think it's anything that's insurmountable if we have to make changes.
Quit, John.
Thank you. And this is not a question, just more a comment. We have, adopted a model when we're dealing with fire services and emergency calls that it gets deferred onto the unit or the property owner where the response was. But even with that model, I think it's important for our ratepayers to know and realize there's still a $1.9 million portion of that is funded out of regular taxpayer budget, because $751,000 is what was actually deferred to the ratepayers for actual responses. But there's so much more to emergency services that is behind the scenes, as opposed to up front when you have a fire and a fire truck shows up.
Absolutely.
I was just going to add as well, as council may have noticed, under contract and general services in year 2026, there's quite a decrease there. 20,000 and change of that is the STARS contribution. Our last year, based on the council resolution of contributing to STARS, is 2025. And that was $2 per capita that council promised under that.
Thank you, Jen.
Yep. So we'll just carry on from there. So this moves us actually into the operating budget for public operations. So this is ag services, fleet services, public works, and utilities. You can see here what the total expenditures are, and then down below in the lower box what the actual tax support portion for each of those departments works out to after all of the revenues are allocated across all 4 departments. So Jeremy can jump in on a lot of these questions where need be, but I'll just speak to it initially. The grant, of course, has increased, as we mentioned earlier on. It's up to $256,000 for ag services and the environmental stream. Sales of goods and services, that's, again, we talked about some of the Brilliant Drill stuff. We don't sell gopher poison anymore, but we do have some custom work. We get some revenue from Volker Stebbin. We have a bit of a contract with them, and we do some mowing on their behalf. Different items like that would be included under that custom work. And then transfers from reserves. So this is, I'll maybe speak to these separately. So a big portion of this is to offset costs related to some of these proposed operating projects that Jeremy will speak to once we get into the expenditures. But you will see here, I do have that 100,000 for parks and pathway upgrades throughout the county. So Jeremy and I have a little bit of work to do because we did have 150 in 2025 in the capital, but we're moving it to operating, so we'll clean that up. But there's no impact to the tax support because it's coming from that municipal reserve funds that we collect. So that may change a little bit, but it won't impact the bottom line. The other thing that's different in public operations from the other departments is we do the budget by both the activities within that department, which I think council's familiar with. So these are more project-based or based on actual activities that are taking place within the department. And then we sort that down below by actual object type. So what portion of that is salaries and wages, portion that's contracted, materials, supplies, etc. So I can just have Jeremy maybe speak to the activities themselves.
Say we need to get rid of that.
Okay. Want that reworded.
I find it, we've talked about farm shelter belts a few times, and we don't actually do any of that work anymore, so I'll get that verbiage changed essentially in this. So anyway, on the operating, I'll go to the operating project portion. So previously, and this goes back a couple of years ago, nope.
Okay.
Hang on, just go on that top one and I'll speak to that. We'll take the wheel though. So previously, several years back, we started a partnership with the University of Lethbridge to do some research projects with them. Those involved study around greenhouses. Another one was around drought conditions in southern Alberta, and the other one was a renewable energy base. Expanding on that, the university and the college has both approached us for further expansion of research projects, and that's where the $30,000 portion comes in. Now, what we are looking to do is collaborate with a couple of different stakeholders on each of this. So we are looking at a $10,000 portion ourselves. The first project that we're looking at with this is a irrigation stormwater management exercise, and that one we have already approached the BRID and not the BRID, the LNID, and we have a verbal commitment that they will be moving forward with us on that. This is for a matching grant proposal, and the SMRID we will be probably presenting to them here in the near future. We've spoken with their general manager, and he was supportive of the project, and this one in itself looks at stormwater management and the effects of all the extra water that's essentially going on the ground right now. Second project we were looking at was one to do with greenhouse gases. At this point, I have not gotten any further feedback from the actual greenhouses in this area. This is for a research project investigating different styles and configurations for greenhouses. The third project is a nutrient management one, which has to do with just exactly that, nutrient management from different things. One of the things we're looking at is winter manure applications and furthering some research in this area on that aspect to reduce some of the road impacts that we would essentially potentially have in that regard. So anyway, these are all matching grant programs. What I've tried to structure this as is there's three specifically. We are having a $10,000 contribution on each of those, plus we're trying to get collaborating partners to produce the other 20,000. And this would be a matching grant then at to 60,000, and that would fund a research candidate to do this project for 3 to 4 years. And I did get some good news on one of the grants we're looking at. They've changed their funding model, so we might be able to get some 2 to $1 potentially for that as well. This kind of was spurned from some of our conversations we had during our ASB meetings, where there's a question about us being active in promoting research essentially throughout the region. The manure bypass crossing. This is something that was also spurned from the ASB committee meetings. This was looking at selected areas where we could actually do some installations for manure drag lines to ease the operations, reduce road impact, and the manure applications become that much easier for operators throughout the area. So we allocated $20,000 for those projects. These would be ones we would do internally in some cases, where we would be essentially installing bypass culverts. There is a potential for some of these to be full steel casing pipelines, and that's one thing we're working with local producers on, making sure that we kind of build this program from the ground up. We had a very good public engagement session in Picture Butte about a month ago, where we had about 20 attendees. The next item down.
Jeremy,
Yep.
on that one, may I ask, what physically would that $20,000 kind of look like as to what you would get out of that? Are we talking, a handful of culverts, or what does that look like, Jeremy?
We're looking at as many areas we can to essentially establish these manure bypasses, whether that's with hog producers or dairy producers. And we're looking at, these will be specifically just for drag lines. They're not intended for any kind of overland drainage or anything to that regard. It is just literally setting up a convenient location so that they can cross underneath the roadway with their drag lines, so that they can expedite their manure to fields. This way they're not taking it up and down the roadways in trucks, or in the case of some instances we've had, even this most recently, is they're right on top of the roadway, causing a roadway hazard for the traveling public. Sorry?
At least they had straw bales in front of them.
No, this one did not. We did have a straw bale blockade a few years ago. Yes, that was one of our colonies decided to do that. Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead, Lauren.
I'm just wondering, under ag service boards, there's no, under expenditure, there's no transfer to reserves. I see just about every other kind of department has that. Is there a reason why we don't do that there?
ASB typically is just funded through tax support and through grants, so we don't actually have any reserve items that they actually fund outside of their own equipment. So they make a designation, or they pay through their expenditures for all their equipment on an ongoing basis, but then they don't make a designation to reserves, because there is nothing that they're essentially, we don't. The pathways are funded through reserve, the
Municipal.
workshop.
That's in here, but that's, yeah.
Yeah. We do have an ASB reserve, but we don't necessarily designate specific funds towards it, unless it's for projects of some regard. So like in this case, we pulled from we're recommending to pull from the ASB reserves for the Parks and Pathways upgrade, or sorry, no, that's coming out of the municipal reserve for the conference portion, and then as well as the research projects.
We have applied surplus funds from ASB into the ASB reserve in the past, if they had any surplus from year to year. And at one time, they did purchase more of their own. They did purchase a few smaller items on their own, which now are covered through fleet. So, every now and then, maybe a small mower, or I think they purchased a trailer through their budget. So, but that isn't the case anymore. It's all flows through fleet and through the services to other departments. It's captured.
Yeah, but everybody has that, don't they?
They do,
So
yeah.
That's why I'm wondering why some have transfer to reserve, but some don't.
Some, in the case of, say, finance and admin, for example, because the building repairs and maintenance falls under that department, that's why they have a reserve. Or obviously public works and utilities, because of the large amount of infrastructure, where ag services doesn't really have that same sort of infrastructure management of some of the other departments. We could always add a transfer to reserve if council sees a reason to, but it would be applied more to these one-off kind of projects that come up, if anything.
So for I'm going to use infrastructure for an example. So infrastructure will make a transfer from reserves essentially for any kind of projects they might be doing that might be coming out of a pool of funds, whether that's partly the previous MSI, now the LGFF, or the federal gas tax, or CCBT, or whatever it's, yeah, CCBF. So then those reserve transfers would happen on any given year, essentially to fund different projects. ASB doesn't run of any real projects of significance. Most of the projects that we've done with the ASB have been playgrounds and whatnot have been funded through the municipal reserve. And then you can see on 2024 we have, under R4, we have those reserve transfers for the manure bypass, the joint research projects, and then the ASB conference portion. And I believe our ASB reserve is only a couple $100,000 right now.
Yeah.
It's not a very large reserve at all. Councillor Van Essen?
Go ahead, Eric, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think the reserves, this actually suits ASB very well because it's not like there's capital replacement coming ahead or different things like that we need to start saving for. It's definitely just a as-needed function of the county. I do have a question on A1, ASB grant qualification core activities. Looks like it costs us $623,000 to do the core activities, and the grant is $256,000. We're losing something there. If it's just the core, just to get the grant, we must be gaining something out of those activities other than just core grant work.
Think about 90,000 of that 256,000 that we receive is specific to the environmental or resource extension portion. So it's actually less than that goes towards actual ASB core activities. We do submit annually a SFE which is a statement of funding expenditures to the province. So they're aware of what our costs are, but they haven't really changed this grant a whole lot in several years.
The grant from ASB actually has not changed of any significance, I think, as long as I can remember. Since 2020, it was actually, the funding was actually reduced from the base core grant was about 166,000. It was reduced down to 120. They've since increased that back up to the 166. This has always been an ongoing debate during the ASB conferences, whether or not the province is actually funding these ASB activities sufficiently enough. But it is, in a lot of cases, it is the municipality that decides to fund. Some of these core activities, whether that's spraying and mowing, those are all options that could be potentially reduced as levels of service. The ASB activities have been fairly standard or have been fairly consistent over the last X amount of years. So the core activities really haven't changed. The funding amount from the grants subsidizes it to an extent, but definitely not to the full extent.
I think the more, reword that a little bit, is there things that the grant specifies we must do that if we didn't apply for it, we wouldn't do them, and are we coming out money ahead by complying with the grant qualifiers?
Yeah, there are four acts that we have to follow, and excuse me, I'm not going to remember them all off the top of my head. One of them is animal disease prevention, another one's pest control, another one is weed control, and I can't remember what the fourth one is specifically. These are all essentially all acts that we have to support through our ASB activities, and that is what we submit every year for through the ASB board. Essentially, here's that report on what we're doing to support our core activities, what we're doing to meet those legislative requirements for the grants. So we have to submit that on an annual basis, as well as every year, every 5-year cycle when they renew the grant, then we have to make a submission basically based on those core activities.
Okay, thank you.
Does it cost? I think part of this is also that the cost doesn't support necessarily what those activities are, and I can't say that's not true because it obviously is.
Would it be fair then, Jeremy, though, if say the grant wasn't in place and therefore we didn't have an ASB, what's being conducted by ASB would just flow through municipal services or through public works or another department? We would still do that. We would still mow roads, spray roads, do all those activities. Is that?
I would encourage us to. I mean, definitely based on the agricultural impact in this area. I mean, I don't think we can get away from spraying and taking care of weeds and cutting roadside ditches and stuff like that. These definitely aren't activities that I don't think are in our best interest to have disappear by any means, but definitely, I mean, when we did have the discussion last year, when they did reduce the grant, there was a question of whether or not we're going to reduce our services or whether or not we're going to supplement that shortfall in funding. There was like I said, a $40,000 difference from 2020, 21, 22, and then they brought this back in 23 where they funded the full, another $40,000, but there was definitely a question of whether or not we were going to reduce services accordingly.
Thank you. Go ahead, John.
I was just going to comment on a similar sort of vein. These are services and things that are really necessary for us to operate a good, clean, well-operated municipality, and the grant does not 100% fund it, but it does take some of the pain away from funding.
Good, Klaus.
So, what was your suggestion here with the farm shelter belts and contract service? Did you just want to drop the farm shelter belts off of that one for next year?
Yeah, I'm going to just change it to contract services. Yeah. The shelter belt portion is a little misleading. Yeah.
Okay. I was just going to add too that in all of the public operations budgets, you'll see a safety program, not to be confused with what we were talking about earlier. What this is part of our core audit. We're just identifying to maintain that we do have, we do provide the safety. So regular toolbox meetings, protective, like PPE for everybody, SOPs, those kinds of things are just all built into that. So every department, we've taken a percentage of from the department and assigned it to a safety program, is what that stands for.
Okay, is there any other questions on some of these? The 2024 ASB conference sponsorship, that was supported by council. That amount is $25,000 towards the one that's being hosted here at the Lethbridge exhibition. The parks and pathways upgrades, this will be funded through municipal reserves. We put it in here as an operating project to show the flow through essentially for that, and that's $100,000 towards that portion. Was there any other questions on the overall ASB?
Quick, Klaus.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a couple of questions at the RMA from some other people from the ASB. Like, the question was why we didn't organize like farm tours here just the day before we're going to have the
conference?
The big conference here in Lethbridge. So, yeah. And in my opinion, we're a little bit late with trying to organize something like that. If you got to start from now yet, and I think our CEO's got something to say now.
Yeah, besides it being in January, which makes it difficult to see, as part of the hospitality suite, Maddie and the Ag Service team and Jeremy are working on putting together some footage that we have that highlights this area and the farms so that we can have a bit of a video as part of that to essentially highlight the farms and the activities and the agricultural variance that we see in this region. And so because of the time of year, it makes it really tough to do that, but they have worked with Tourism Lethbridge, Economic Development Lethbridge, and some footage that we have to see if we could put something meaningful together. And so they're working through that right now to see what that might look like.
Okay, so and probably with this whole thing, it's a little bit different because sometimes you think that our local ASB should have been involved more in the conference and everything, but I guess it's the South region that does it. So I mean, it's the South region that's got a committee and they're running the whole thing. So I think that's kind of the difference with that a lot of people thought that we personally as our ASB would be doing more into that.
Yes, you speak exactly to what it is. So the AAAF, which is the Association of Agricultural Fieldmen, actually hosts the event, set up the event, and basically they're appointed. Each of those members for each municipality is appointed by an ASB board or by a council, but yeah, that's very much their involvement, not directly our ASB board itself.
Yeah, that was some of the questions I got, and that's why I thought I'd just relay them out here, that everybody's wondering.
So there was, for the ASB budget that's prepared this year, there is 2.44% increase from 2023 to 2024, mostly due to equipment costs and operating costs, essentially for different activities. And we expect it to be fairly flat for 25 and 26 going ahead. And there have been no changes to the previous level of service, so everything has stayed relatively consistent in that regard. With some of the existing conditions that we've experienced over the last couple of years, as much as we might, I know somebody made a comment about, do we have to cut the grass twice? No, there's lots of areas where we did not have to do that, but then we also had to deal with the kochia trees that are as big as Christmas trees issue that was very widespread. Is there any questions on ASB or any further questions? Keep scrolling. Okay.
Go on, Jeremy.
All right, on to fleet services. Now, as Jen spoke to previously for this, fleet acts as a brokerage or a brokerage house essentially for charging costs out to other departments. So whether that is Public Works being the largest user of fleet, ASB being second, and then all the other operational departments as well as finance and admin departments. This is an in and out. So all the costs within here are the largest portion being materials and supplies, 1.8 million, 1.2 of that alone is what we budget for fuel every year. I would like to hope that we have seen the last of the fuel increases, but some of the carbon tax stuff that I see coming forward over the next little bit could greatly exacerbate what this budget line item is going into the future. But we have seen across the board increases in all kinds of, some of these are inflationary pressures, some of these are just overall cost implications. We have seen an increase essentially in all of our equipment, and we have seen a cost increase in all of our supplies. And as you can see, this is zeros across the board, but each of these is indicated into each of the operations departments where you'll see larger increases for certain pieces across the board there.
Go ahead, John. Thank you. The question I have on fleet has to do around the blue shop garage doors and why that's actually in fleet as opposed to not in our buildings.
So we have several different facilities across the municipality. The blue shop in particular is our fleet services department shop. So that's what this one is targeted for. Should it fall into, we don't have a specific facilities budget as an overall. Each of the different operations departments, whether that's here and so on, basically houses whichever facility they're essentially operating out of. So the blue shop is our operations fleet shop.
Fleet historically too has looked after the facilities within the Public Works yard too, as part of their things like the insurance premiums, power and gas. A few of those costs flowed through this department too.
Yeah, all the operating costs essentially for facilities. Now the blue shop garage doors, these were, the previous ones that were on there were custom whenever the shop was built, so they're not cheap doors. I'm impressed by the lift devices on a couple of these are actually from the 70s. So those will all be replaced as part of these garage door replacements.
Go ahead, Klaus.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. So why do you have transfers from reserves only for 2024? And we didn't have any in 23, and I don't see any for 25 and 26 either.
Specifically, this is just for the garage doors for that transfers for reserves. So there is no other operating project costs that we have, or operating projects that we have scheduled for fleet at this time. Okay?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So what is our reserve sitting at? If we're adding 1.3 and 1.5 million, and more, and we're only pulling 45 out of it, what's the reserve sitting at?
We also will pull the capital equipment costs out of there. So probably by the end of 2023, we'll be sitting around the $4 million mark, $4.2 million mark.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, John. So we pull out the capital equipment cost every year, like four and change million out of that, and that's why we put in the 1.6 every year then, because that's just, that's the amount needed to keep it refreshed up to the level of where it should be.
Yeah, Council Curvis is a reserve. So that transfers to reserves is the difference between what we collect in the services to other departments and those revenues against what our expenditures are. So it's trying to keep pace with what's required for capital.
Okay. And you can see what some of the annual fleet charges are here that I've just pulled up, which shows all the services to other departments. And as you can see, Public Works is the leader of the pack in that regard.
And we have moved to, I believe council's aware because Mr. Rickson's mentioned it a couple times, but we have moved to a flat capital charge with all the departments now rather than by hours based on their useful life, or what we've estimated to be their useful life. And then on top of that, then they're charged their operational fee for their hours of use. So for every hour that it's out, there's a rate, same as would be tied to if you rented a piece of equipment, you have that hourly rate, and that's to cover usage, tires, oil
Fuel,
changes, fuel,
maintenance,
all those
yeah.
costs that are associated with just running the equipment.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Does everybody have a different flat rate?
Every piece of equipment has a different flat rate?
Yeah.
Yeah. So something like a half ton though basically has a standard charge of whatever that amount is, but it's by equipment. All right. Any questions on the budget summary portion?
Thank you. It looks like we're able to keep it very similar to last year. Where did you find your efficiencies, and what have we gained in efficiencies over the last year?
Well, this is an internal training portion that we did do with a bunch of the staff, which was, talking about fuel consumption, just as a purely just a training platform. We brought in a contract trainer for our grader operators. We did 2 of those, and we saw fuel efficiency savings with one operator alone of about almost $10,000 per year, because now he's operating at a lower RPM. And then we've basically started to stretch that out to all other departments about how you're actually running your equipment to the most efficient manner. So there is a lot of operators out there who develop a very heavy foot and believe they need to run tractors and graders and other pieces of equipment at very high RPMs, which decreases the life expectancy of those engines, as well as really cranks up the fuel consumption. And we've put a lot of time and effort into talking about that and showing people essentially what we've expended on certain pieces of equipment based on their usage.
This is just an idea of mine. So couldn't you do with less horsepower if you're gonna go half throttle?
I did get some clarity on that portion for the tractor, the ASB tractor mowers. We buy those ones at 150 horse, not 175 horse.
What do we need to fix that?
Yeah, pass? Yeah. Some of the other smaller efficiencies and some of the things we do realize, and Ms. Place just mentioned that to me, is, with Enterprise, we don't spend money on tires and a few other items. in that regard as well. So we reduced some of the overall maintenance on those units. So we're always looking for efficiencies. Have we gained as many as I would like? I think there's always still room for improvement.
Go ahead, Cole.
I just want to add to that because I think Jeremy is underselling some of the work that they've done with the training. We've seen reductions in gravel. I mean, talk about one individual grader operator with $10,000 savings in fuel. That has translated to a better job grading. We've heard the feedback. I was fortunate enough to be in the field when the trainer was there and have a conversation. I was actually on the divisional tour with Councillor Van Essen, and we had a grader operator that had been operating for 18 years and actually spoke about how revolutionary it was to get trained in that way, and like Jeremy said, less wear and tear and less replacement of grader blades and everything else. And so quantifiably, we don't know what all of those things are, but I think a lot of those savings are where we were able to find opportunity to support our marketing and communication strategy and some of our safety strategy and some of the other costs that will drive further efficiency, some of the asset management stuff that we'll get into. So I know it's a budgetary discussion, but I think it's just really important to note how amazing that is, and just a lot of credit to Jeremy specifically and the operations team for supporting that. And they've actually looked to put that trainer, who typically is a number of years out, we have put him on notice annually, and so that we can kind of rotate through and ensure that all of our operators receive that same level of training. So that was more of just a comment and to highlight that yes, there is more to do, but there was a lot of progress this year and some significant work done.
Go ahead, John.
Sure, and if I could add to that a little bit, I've seen the benefit in just in terms of the quality of the road as well, in some of the work that has been done in terms of the, deep cutting as opposed to just skimming over it, and the frequency that any of the road degradation or washboard comes back when they take their time and do a good job on it. It makes a big difference.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
I'm going to move down to
Chairman, maybe if we could we maybe just take a short short break here before you get into Public Works, and we'll reconvene at about just before 1/4 after.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, council. Now we'll move on to the public works budget for the operations portion.
It'd be page 82 in your document.
82 or 81? They have an extra page, okay. Okay, as far as the revenues that go through here, the grants, this is basically the LGFF has a operating portion specifically for operational activities throughout the municipality. So if you thought the ASB portion was small, the public works portion is even smaller for operations. Sales of goods and services, this is primarily
Dust control.
dust control. Makes up almost 80% of this, actually almost 90% of this, because we've got it budgeted specifically for that activity of $455,000. We have seen a significant increase over the last X amount of years in how much the dust control program is being used. One of the recommendations that, or one of the things that was discussed was to essentially raise the price for the dust control further, so that'll come forward when we do the operations bylaw. Which is it? Which bylaw is for, got all the rates in it?
The fees and services.
Fees and services, yeah, okay, sorry.
Is the quality application gonna get better this year?
Well, we did have, some issues with the materials this year, but they did actually provide extra as, with no cost to us, essentially, to reinvigorate a bunch of spots, so. It is dust control in general is probably the most sensitive subject we hear over the course of the year, and most of the comments come back to, when are you paving in front of my house, versus just giving me dust control year to year. Other revenue that we have here, there is a bunch of local improvement levies we have for currently right now for Rave, Sunset Acres, Riverbrink, and then we get a payment from the city for the Keydon Landfill Road. That one is an ongoing payment, year to year on an agreement with the city. Transfers from reserves, this portion here, and you'll see it down in the operating project below, is $25,000, and this will be for doing some kitchen renovations in our yellow shop. It's like our blue shop, it's about 40 years old. The kitchen needs a bit of a makeover. All staff through all operations departments out there use this on an ongoing basis. And then the R5, the market access network reserve transfer, that's as you can see, it's a consistent across all of the next 3 years within this budget at $705,000
For debt repayment.
for debt repayment. Moving down to expenditures under gravelled roads. So under gravelled roads, this contains all of our operational activities for both of our grading maintenance, for our road construction, for our road top spring, our road gravel program, our base stabilization program, seasonal spot road repair, as well as it includes a portion for snow plowing for graders within that, as well as our contribution portion for residential dust control and overall dust control. We also have within every single one of these expenditure line items, there is a amount for IT support that's contained within those as well.
Do you want to speak to the gravel, reduction to gravel?
Sure. We did find one savings, and one thing we identified as an efficiency was that we had previously had a contract for purchasing gravel on the west side of the city. We had a gravel purchasing contract, which we have basically negated now by staging gravel essentially in a couple of our yards versus having to purchase it per year. So that net was just south of $300,000 per year. Essentially, we were spending on gravel previously. So now we are just basically using our own stockpiles and staging that during the wintertime with our own operations trucks. Now those amounts have been kind of spread throughout different, that savings has been, some of it does become a savings, but then some of it's been reallocated to some other programs as well within here. The ACP and cold mix repair portion You can see a decrease in that from year to year, or from 23 to 24. That's because our spray patching program is working quite well, and we have seen that cost point, whereas previously we were looking at about $450,000 per year just for that activity. Now we're estimating more in the realm of $360,000 per year. Within that as well, there's a portion for sanding for our snowplow trucks as well, is included in that line item, because that takes care of all of our hard surfaces. Down into roadside drainage, very small increase on that one. This is for basically all of our culvert repair programs, as well as a bunch of our ditch cleaning that we do. Signs, bridges, and garbage cleanup. This is a bit of a miscellaneous catch-all. This includes all of our local signage that we do. This involves CPR crossings, garbage cleanup, which we are seeing more and more as the locals like to dump their garbage in the countryside. We tend to be picking up a lot of different pieces, mostly carcasses right now, because people come and dump their animal waste out in the countryside. So small portion, but it's something we do on an ongoing basis.
Claus and John? Go ahead, Claus.
So have you seen an increase in the last number of years already since everybody got charged for having the rendering come out to pick up their animals, and then they were charged for it? Because I mean, in the past, we got it hauled for nothing.
I've seen an increase. I can't really quantify how much of an increase, just that there's more frequent phone calls that we get about something being.
An increase in, well, they find dead animals and carcasses on the side of the road, because we used to get that picked up for nothing by the rendering, and now we gotta pay for it.
The carcasses you're talking about are deer and elk, like during hunting season. It's not some guy taking a dairy cow and shooting it and throwing it in the middle of the road and saying, oops, roadkill.
Yes, I was wondering.
Like,
No.
Thank you.
Go ahead, John.
Thanks for the clarification there, Mark.
Yeah, I didn't think it was domestic livestock.
That's been introduced to.
You've got a pretty significant decrease in the budget for that, from 309 this year to 263. Can you expand a little bit about where you found the cost savings there?
Previously, we had budgeted $200,000 annually for all our overall signs, but because we have made such a significant rotation in what we've been doing for signage, that we decreased that by $50,000, because that was more of our, when I averaged the 3-year expenditure levels, that's where now we're at, is $150,000 per year. A lot of that's due to our tracking, and a lot of that's just due to our, previous program years that we actually did a really good job essentially cycling signage.
Okay, so just a better tracking of the expenditures and more controls on what was happening is where that cost savings would come from then?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And then in the general work, you'll see an increase on that, and some of that is due to, we have an environmental reclamation portion in there, which is part of our pit reclamation, and that was just a reallocation from the construction portion down to essentially this amount, which is why you see such a large jump from 212 to 304. This one involves just some general work, which is, we've got parade activities, guardrail maintenance, utility locates, fencing, some overall PD, and then as well as some surveying and administrative costs involved with that. The safety program is across all departments. Public Works has the largest contribution because we have the most staff members in that, and that involves
You had some new
numerous different
programs.
training. Yes, and we are bringing in, the one thing we had as an initiative as part of our overall growing safety program is we're going to be putting more professional development on our foremen, moving them into the NCSO, and is it National NSCO program, which is the National Safety Codes Officers. So we're going to be building up our staff essentially in that regard for our safety program. Debenture principal and interest costs, this is all related to, that one specifically is just for the market access network.
There's a few others in there.
Yeah, there's the Duncan drainage in there as well.
Thanks, Jen.
There's one other.
Maybe I should turn my mic off.
There's one other.
Jen twitching.
Okay.
I'll tell you a little something. Cole said I'm in the right job because I wouldn't even jaywalk with these guys the other day.
I should clarify, we did not jaywalk.
didn't
We had not very many seconds left to cross the road, and Jen was absolutely not doing that because she didn't feel she had adequate time to cross in that 5 seconds, so. So
5-second
yes,
rule.
Jen keeps us on sides, but just before we voluntarily say we
Sorry.
all
No,
jaywalk here, but yes.
I'm also in flux. I didn't want to.
Well, if you ever travel with council, you and Mark will be safe on the sidewalk while the rest of us are in the streets. Thank you.
Okay. So anyway, A7's got those debenture costs. That includes the base stabilization one of 705, which you can see on R5, as well as there's a small portion for Duncan. Moving on to A9, this is the reserve portion. So specifically, we have one thing we do is we designate 50,000 per year for line painting. Now we do that as an every other year program, but we designate 50,000 per year because typically it's usually a doubling rate. By the time we get to the second year, it's a $100,000 payment for that. We also have a designated reserve portion for drainage, which is 100,000. We have a Broxburn overlay payment, which is 50,000.
That's a
As well, it's a
repayment.
payback, that's a repayment. Transfers to Public Works Projects Reserve of 100,000. Transfers to the landfill, for the landfill payment, that's basically a wash from the one that is up above that we get as a revenue. And then we also have RAVE reserve pay, or payback reserve payment, the Sunset Acres LIT, a Riverbrink LIT, and now we have a reserve of, another reserve portion of 450,000 for additional future capital.
So the 450,000 is additional reserve transfer funds from previous years. So that's one of those items that we can discuss later on as an increase to the overall tax support. So a portion of what we talked about for increases falls to this 450,000 additional transfers to reserves for infrastructure. And I did just want to, on the 50,000 for the line painting, it was 40,000 a year we had previously budgeted. So in the year we transfer it to the year and transfer it to reserve in the 1 year at 40,000, and then the next year it's an $80,000 cost. But this keeps it from fluctuating year to year by having that transfer in. But the cost, Devin had some cost information, and it had increased, so we upped it to 50,000.
So just clerically, you have A7, A7, and A8 on there.
Oh, thank you. I'll make a note.
Okay, the one operating project, as I said, was the Yellow Shop lunchroom renovation for 25,000. Is there any other questions on the public works portion?
Oh, thank you. I probably have missed a couple. Just, I will clean them up for final. That's true. That's exactly what it is, actually. That's right. Do you want to mention this, the rates that we'll
Yep.
put in here that will come forward with the schedule of
Utility.
fees, schedule
Yep.
fees in the new year? Or upon approval, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, moving on to the utilities operating budget. So you'll see some increases in the revenues for this, and this is going to be due to a bunch of the increases we'll be bringing forward in the utility rate bylaw. One of the things that we've recognized and has become very evident through our asset management program is our utility reserve. As much as we have funding in it currently, we are definitely behind in essentially building that reserve in the long term. So some of the increases that I have proposed here coming up, and the one thing that I have had requests previously was basically to say, don't tell me what percentage it is, just tell me what the impact to a household is. So in water sales, we're looking at basically a 3% overall increase, or a 0.08 cents per cube increase for consumption across the board. So 8 cents per cube is a lot of water. The average household of 4 uses approximately about 30 cubes per month. So the impact to them or to any users, if we're talking, because this would be an increase that we proposed to the water co-ops as well. For most of the residential users, that 8 cents per cube will amount to about $2.40 per month. No questions? Okay. We're also be increasing the base rate currently right now of $44.24 to $46.45. That's a 5% increase. And as I said, the consumption is going from $1.65 to $1.73. The average impact to every household will see an increase of $5 per month, which includes the base rate and the consumption charge.
Go ahead, John.
The
Go ahead, John. And this might be something better for Jen, but do we have an idea of, like, just for the public record, what the current average monthly charge is for a household?
So currently, right now, the base rate that they're paying right now is $44.24.
No, I meant like what their bill is. Is their bill like $20, $30, you know?
So the base rate's 44, and then they get charged on consumption, which the consumption amount is very, very little at $1.65 per cube. And like I said, they're using about 30 cubes per month, so it adds an additional $48. So the average bill is going from $90 to $95.
Just on the water portion, just to be clear, because
Yeah,
there's
that's the
still
water.
sewer
Right, yeah, and
garbage.
that's what I was
Yeah.
asking.
Yep.
So we're talking, just say for argument's sake, a bill that was $90 is gonna be about $93 next year.
95.
95
okay.
Yep.
for water.
For water.
For water.
For water, okay?
Be clear, for water.
Yeah. For wastewater, I'm proposing a 10% increase, and that's gonna be in line with pretty close to what the town of Picture Butte is doing right now, and that's gonna be about I think it's about a $3 impact per month to users. And I have that proposed for the next 3 years moving ahead.
Really, for them, they're proposing to do something about their noise.
They have some, they were not prepared, they were not prepared for any kind of upgrades. So I'm preparing us for being in line so that we will be ready for the upgrades that are required. And we're obviously seeing some of the challenges right now with the Shaughnessy lagoons, because there is significant work that needs to be done out there. It's the part that nobody really wants to talk about, is where their sewage goes to.
And this, can I add too, that these increases include the increase that the city's proposed,
Yes.
plus some for the county as well. So it's a combined increase of, the city's looking at about 2% on average.
Yeah, the city, I've spoken with their operations department, and that's what they've put into their budget right now, is a 2% increase across most of their stuff. There is a 3% increase on some, but it's mostly the industrial or commercial. So then this also includes, we have existing agreements with both the South Co-op, so the County of Lethbridge Regional Water Association, and the Lethbridge North County Potable Water Co-op, and I'm looking to raise their rates as well. Essentially, same in line with essentially what our residential rates are going. So Cholera specifically is going from 89 cents to 97 cents. Is what I've built into this, and the Lethbridge North goes from 93 cents to $1.01. Now, the reason for the difference in what their charges are, partially is that the North County actually is off of our main commission line, so we have a very large asset that we own in that part right now, versus the South Co-op is less because we don't own any of their assets going ahead. Okay. The other one I've made some adjustments on are some of the industrial parks, just making sure that they're in line with revenues versus expenses and our asset management requirements. McCain's as an overall, and some of this cost will be going to will be discussed at the commission level as well, as we're looking at changing what our capital surcharge is for the commission. McCain's will be looking at a 10% overall increase, going from 80 cents per cube to 88 cents, and then they have a capital surcharge portion that's adopted in with that as well. It's at 26 cents, and I'll be looking to raise that to 30 cents. For our revenue streams, if you see that there seems to be a large increase in revenue from 2024 to 2025, that is basically us forecasting the McCain's consumption level just coming up to almost doubling. We're not expecting that full doubling in 2025, but we would expect to see it fully in 2026, and that would be the sales of goods and services going from 3.25 right now to almost 4 million. That is, they use over 1 million cubes of water a year currently, and then pretty soon it'll be double that. Some of the other highlights within here, truck fill stations, I'm looking to maintain the truck fill rates relatively in the same range as previous years with a slight increase for that. The garbage and raw water, we are seeing an increase for garbage. Colehurst provides garbage pickup for a bunch of our hamlets as well as some of our rural subdivisions, and they have sent me an agreement that has a 5% increase for the next 4 years. So we've incorporated that portion into here. The Lethbridge Regional Waste Services Commission, we have an increase of 3% with that. That's in alignment with contract increases and tipping fees from the city. So our existing contract we have with DBS for that commission is 2% per year, and then tippage fees from the city have been slowly creeping up for different items. One thing we do have potentially, and we haven't heard whether or not we have actually received the grant or not, but we do have a potential for a waste study that's going to involve the commission here coming up, hopefully in 2024. If anybody's watching this recorded session, hopefully they will look favorably on us. I mean, I get enough smiles and chuckles, and yeah, they should support this. Okay. Garbage is not exciting, no. Safety program, we have a small portion in there for staff going ahead. You can see the regional waste requisition, the increase to there. The debenture principal and interest, I can speak to that. Just bear with me for a second.
So there's an increase built in for 2025 and 2026. So 2024 is our last year of, on the current debt that we have of the 327,000. We anticipate possibly taking on more debt, so we budgeted for that for the balance of 2024. And then again in 2025 and 2026 at an increased amount. So if we take debt on in 2024, it would be one payment, or it would be a partial payment, versus future years would be full payments. So that's why you're seeing that significantly increase over the next couple of years. We've also built in under the transfers to reserves. So you see that historically, as council may recall, the only portion that wasn't funded through the utilities budget was the debenture portion of 327,000. In the 2024 year, there's been an addition to the transfers to reserves in anticipation, of some savings, the last year of debt, and then what revenues we will earn through the expansion at McCain's, both through assessment values and tax dollars, as well as revenues from the water. So we built in a $300,000 increase to reserves in 2024, and then upped that significantly in 2025 and 2026 based on our estimates. But we can speak more to that too, and that also is included on the decision chart I'll bring forward tomorrow after we're completed going through the operating budget. But those are a couple big increases under the expenditures. I see there's another typo there. I'll catch that one, John.
There's no operating project.
I wasn't trying to be picky.
No, it's good. It's good.
And there is no operating project for utilities.
That $25?
I think that was for the yellow shop renovations. You did something?
We had.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Iron Springs Reservoir.
The increase for transfer
Or
to
park.
reserves is going to come from, a lot of it just from general taxation, right? Because your increases of goods and sales doesn't
We're anticipating that the assessment will be much larger, which will generate more tax. That we should have a significant growth by the end of 2024. With the the expansion of McCain's being one.
Yeah, but I was meaning your transfer reserves, you're at 1.131 million in 24. You're going to 1.6 in 25
Mhm.
and 1.8 in 26.
Yes.
But your increase in the sales of goods and services is not in proportion to that.
No,
So
you're correct. We're anticipating that the taxes will help offset that increase, yes.
Yep.
Yeah, that's for the parging at Iron
Oh, okay.
Springs.
The operating project that's under A10 is for the Iron Springs Reservoir. So as part of our infrastructure, as much as the Iron Springs Water Co-op exists, they own all the infrastructure in the town, but we have a reservoir there. We looked at some options because it was flagged as needing some work. Full replacement was $500,000 plus, but we're looking at some short-term parging, essentially going in and cleaning up some areas within the reservoir itself, and we're estimating that at $25,000 this year. All right. Any other questions on the utility side?
So, Mr. Chairman, do you want us to carry on, or is
Yeah,
there
I
a
would-
time that you wanted to wrap up today?
I would put that to council. Is this a good natural break for today, or would you like to continue on? What are things looking like for tomorrow, Jen, as it sits right now?
So as of tomorrow, we'll have municipal development and infrastructure, so that incorporates infrastructure, planning and development, and CPO department, and then finance and administration and IT. So I think we could get through that in the morning fairly easily, and then focus on some of the decision pieces in the afternoon. But we could dive into it now too, it doesn't matter.
Coach on.
I would say, given that this is sort of a significantly different area, it might be a good natural break. Start tackling this fresh in the morning.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
It's
Yeah.
a lot of information.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm in the right place with you. Under expenditures by object code E7 operating projects, that's a significant increase from last year. Do I got that right? Utilities.
The operating project or the reserves?
Operating project for E7 though.
Yes, I
The
have
transfers to reserve?
I've got to fix
Yeah.
my numbers there too.
That's
Okay, that's the, okay,
Yeah,
yeah, then you
sorry.
explained it already. I
Yeah.
was reading that wrong.
Yeah, there's the parging for the $25,000 is the project, and then the transfer to reserves increase that we spoke to.
Okay, well, if there's nothing else then for today, we will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you, council.
Thank you.